Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judit Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Mostly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Yasser Serwan. I do hope that you're enjoying the 2022 Tata Steel tournament broadcasts. Do you want to get my exclusive Chessable video course, Winning Chess Strategies, for free? Today, Chessable is running a promotion. Go to chessable.com/Yasser and see all the details of how you can get my course for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Hello and welcome to yet another fun day of chess. The Tata Steel Masters is already going into its 6th round. We have Magnus Carlsen facing one of the leaders, is that true, in Richard Rapport. We have other games. We have Peter Svidler. But Peter, how are you feeling? Are you a little under the weather?
Tiny bit, yeah, but nothing dramatic so far.
What happened? I hope it wasn't me infecting you.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out a way to blame you, but I don't think it's very logistically possible for you to have been the cause. I think it's just the goddamn weather, which I think very similar to where I don't know, how cold is it in Hamburg right now?
To me, all year it feels like it's around 2-3 degrees, and then varying degrees of rain and wind. I can't really tell the difference. It's probably warmer than that, but I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Although some stuff is frozen in the garden, that indicates it might be colder than that. Hang on, it says so on my screen. It says 4 degrees. That's a hint. 4 degrees.
4 degrees is fine, yeah.
Excellent. What about St. Petersburg?
It's been going from like -20 to +2 here. I think those kinds of ups and downs are not very healthy, actually. I would prefer, honestly, either one of those two things to just kind of stick around for a month. Would have been easier to handle.
So
but anyway,
basically, it's your dog's fault, right?
Yes, always.
Good, we've established that. A wise Swedish man once said, "Begin the chess." I read that in the chat.
Begin the chess.
Yes.
That is generally a good idea, and they have begun the chess.
What do we have? We have Dubov Yesipenko. Oh, spicy. Winner gets all the wild cards in the future.
Yeah, that would be a fun way to decide things. Yeah, there was at some point a non-0% probability of them, because they both played in European teams for Russia, and at that point the rating slot that I think eventually went to Dubov and Nakamura was still arguably up in the air, and we had a lot of fun discussing the potential scenarios where like the team captain for round 9 they just refuse to be replaced, for instance, because both of them need to outscore the other by an X number of points in the last round to get the final rating nod, and then an actual fight breaks out during the team meeting because both of them just flat out refuse to be replaced. But it didn't come to pass, sadly.
You just imagine the fight breaking out. That's not an actual thing that happened.
No, it's not.
Oh, right.
I just like imagining people fighting for no reason.
You have a cruel and vicious mind, Mr. Svidler.
Yes.
Knight f3 on the board, but Yesipenko is not there yet.
Seems like a lot of knight f3s today. Magnus played knight f3.
Is it knight f3 day? Yeah. Fabi? He plays the improved b3.
Yeah, Fabi went for an upgrade.
He's also saying, Mr. Giri, I know you have many leather-bound books, but I will not allow you to use the knowledge in these books. But say I will fianchetto my bishop.
Yeah, this is one of the kind of the most solid ways, I think, of replying to the b3 stuff. I think I did this myself time and time again in my match against Hikaru with varying results, to be honest. Didn't always enjoy the outcome of the opening, but definitely a playable setup. Just go knight f6, h6, bishop h7, and play a kind of a reti with colors reversed. Why even colors reversed? I don't know why I said colors reversed. I think it is kind of a reti. Yeah, Fabi clearly saying exactly what you implied, or maybe stated outright. Yeah, not interested in comparing theory notes with you today. Let's just play a game of chess. Probably not going to have anything out of the opening, don't care. 32 pieces. I move them better than you do. Fighting words, they are.
Fighting words. Yeah, let's see if he can back them up. Because, of course, by such an approach, Fabio also takes away one of his main strengths, which is his opening preparation and his very strong serve. So, yeah, it's not obvious it's going to work. Anish can move these pieces as well. And also, he clearly seems to know what he's doing. It's not like he's never thought about White going for the double fianchetto.
Yeah, and this exact setup is, I think, very, very popular these days as a kind of a, fallback position for Black if there's nothing better that presents itself immediately. Just a very.
I think especially if White already committed to b3, because if you do this stuff, whatever, don't quote me on the move order, but here you always have to deal with all these c4. Say c6, queen b3, bishop e3 ideas, which I'm not sure what the status is, but at least they're asking some questions. So
yeah, absolutely.
b3 is not happening.
No. White committing to b3 this early obviously gives Black a lot more clarity as to what they will be sort of replying to, and this setup, you pretty much cannot prevent Black from achieving this kind of a setup. In the other night, yeah, they sometimes, I think, the one thing they occasionally try doing, but Fabio obviously starting with knight f3, that got ruled out very, very early on. If you try doing this against the 1b3 specifically, they sometimes, I think these days, started experimenting with developing the knight to h3 in some of these positions, like d5, bishop b2, bishop f5 here. They might go g3, bishop g2, and maybe go like knight d2, knight h3 castle and try to push e4 with knight on h3, which maybe gives White slightly more flexible options later down the road, but also looks a bit like a blitz weapon, honestly. Like, now that you put it on the board, it looks very ugly and doesn't.
Sounds amazing, yeah.
Yeah.
We switch on the machine. Which side is it gonna say is better here?
-0 is 50?
Nah, I would say less. 20? -0, 20? Let's find out. Usual disclaimers, weak machine.
Whoa.
Ooh. -1.
Yeah, h5 kind of wins here, apparently. Yeah, this is not the move order, yeah. This is definitely not the move. You probably should play d3, wait for Black to play h6, and then try doing this stuff. But even better, maybe just don't do this stuff at all.
Yeah, -0.80 now.
Yeah.
Not impressed. Not impressed.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he did not get any knight f3 shenanigans in, really, because...
No, he did. He got the memo.
No, but what I mean is he pretended to be a Reti player for one move and then just went back to playing d4, d5 positions. Going to be...
Probably thought Rapport was ready for the Reti. He also played quite a bit himself.
Yep.
Catalan. Magnus likes the Catalan.
Not a shocker.
Well, he didn't like it his entire career, but he started now.
Yeah.
One of the great joys of life. Being late to the party, discovering something others have enjoyed for decades. And now he gets to have all the fun, fianchettoing his bishop. He used to play mainly knight to c3, but of course that means you constantly have to be ready for c6, c5, a6, dc, bishop e7, bishop b4, knight bd7, knight e4. I guess that's maybe h6. That's more or less the list. So it's a lot of territory to cover there. While obviously Black has a lot of replies against the Catalan, you still sort of narrow the territory down a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. And Richie already pausing on move 4 against what appears to be the repertoire opening for Magnus, which is a bit curious, but I'm sure he is just taking a moment to rest his eyes.
Suchi is saying the Catalan is for Chicken Chess Club members only. Now, you could not be more wrong. In the Chicken Chess Club, we want nothing to do with the Catalan. Like, it's possible, but usually it's a common misunderstanding that Chicken Chess Club players, they like solid positional openings. No, you want to force the issue, because especially with white, that way you eliminate risks. And to force the issue, knight c3 or even knight c3 earlier is much better suited than the Catalan, because especially in the Chicken Chess Club, stuff we don't like is like bishop b4, bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop g2, whatever move, or c6, castles, all this stuff, and play becomes very slow. That's one issue. And the other is, after dc4, bishop g2, there are all these moves that keep the pawn, like a6, c6, b5. And of course, you can study them, and it's probably possible to win that pawn back. But it's not something that comes natural to Chicken Chess Club players to give this pawn and not see it back quickly. So it's not a natural CCC opening, although it's, of course, quite good.
Yeah, and we have a very spectacular. I just briefly saw it on my screen, and I thought, this is not. It's not as stupid as it looks at first glance, but Jordan's position. It's not very often you see this bishop on b8 this early in the Italian, but of course it does go to this diagonal very often. Normally via b6, c7, so it's not as striking as it might appear, but still.
Yeah, this is not too striking. I would say this is also what Magnus played in the match against Nepomniachtchi, if memory serves. There, knight a3, h6 was also played, and Nepomniachtchi played knight c2, castles, bishop e3, which is arguably not that critical. Kayakin, of course, he must have followed that match very closely if he wasn't on a plane from Dubai to Moscow or back. We'll have noted that knight b5 is a more critical move here, giving black a choice between bishop b6 and bishop b8. And Jordan decides for bishop b8, which looks somewhat more artificial than bishop b6, but has its pluses as well.
And
b6, white goes, I guess, for bishop e3 and d4.
Probably.
Some questions.
Quite likely, yeah. And here, Sergei immediately kind of points out the potential issue with what Jordan is doing, and that is, black, of course, very much wants to play knight e7 and c6, pushing the knight back and including the bishop on b8 in the game, which is why Sergei instantly puts more pressure on the e5 pawn, perhaps trying to discourage knight c7, even though it might still be working tactically. It's kind of a tricky situation. You might still, like if white goes h3 here, as an example, I'm not sure knight e7 is unplayable, even though it looks extremely risky, but you need to start calculating. Might be okay.
Take.
Or that, yeah, but that, I think, in general, with the bishop on b8, you probably, unless you want to go knight takes e4, right? You probably want to go knight takes e4. Hang on, no, that doesn't work.
Crossed my mind, but
so she takes d4, hang on. How does that work? Doesn't d5 win material?
Yeah.
No, but this one I think you won't like very much, because I have a feeling, like e5, knight d5, and then I just need to figure out the most precise way of doing things. But it looks very risky, because you'll be completely fine if you get knight c7, c6, and bishop b6 in. But that's still 3 moves you need to make, and even bishop takes d5, for instance, which is not a move I normally would be suggesting, but knight c3 and d5 here is potentially quite dangerous, right?
Could very much be, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
h3, of course.
What Jordan has in mind.
Yeah, h3 nowhere near forced. It's a logical move, because stopping bishop g4 is never a horrible idea in these positions, but maybe there is a more useful waiting move white can make. White definitely doesn't want to take on e5 themselves until knight e7 happens, and d4, d5 is also not very likely.
h3 hasn't actually been played yet. That was just
no. Yeah, I was just making an example, kind of a sample move to indicate that even there, knight e7 might be playable.
It's a question if Jordan always plays these suspect openings. I wouldn't call this suspect. I mean, it's a choice here after knight b5. If you put the bishop here or there, until then, it's one of the main lines of the Italian. This a5 and bishop a7 is slightly rare, but it has its points. Like if you start castling, you have to think about bishop g5 systems. If you go h6, in some lines h6, especially when I play with knight e7, knight g6, is not strictly required. So it's, as usual, there are drawbacks to every move you choose in all these setups, but bishop a7 is typically a part of the plan later on anyway to sidestep this.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think what Jordan did was too crazy.
No, it's it seems logical in many ways, even though I think at first glance it might look a bit suspicious that we put the bishop on b8. There's also a classical Catalan in the all Russian duel, and there's a very, very sharp Sveshnikov in the Prague game, in which I think I took a draw and you took Sam winning. And
yep,
both of them seem to be very happy to have this position on the board by move 17. Both of them basically have not started thinking yet. Prague, maybe just about now, is about to embark on his first actual think of the game.
What's this 95 line?
Yeah, and
which, yeah, nowadays, if you're playing for a win at the highest level, it's probably more popular than bishop g5.
I think so. Yeah, I think it definitely became the central line, which is kind of funny in a way, because I don't know about you, but like when I was growing up, this absolutely was considered to be a nothing move, white played just to avoid theory. And these days, there's arguably more theory here than anywhere else, and it's definitely sharper than everything else.
Yeah,
So,
no, the conventional wisdom was you go knight b8 here, and black is fine. It's just a game. I still think knight b8 black should be fine, but there are all these new plans with a4, bishop d2,
a4,
and so on, a5, which changed the equity a bit from it's just.
And I think the kids actually convinced me to play b4 without a4 once, because at some point I did some. Well, it wasn't really my analysis, but I participated in an analysis done by Tim Alexeyenko, and they, not here specifically, I think after bishop b2, bishop b7, castles, they stumbled upon the idea of actually playing not c4, not a4, the moves you could sort of understand, but actually playing b2, b4 here for no reason whatsoever. And I have a feeling I may have even done this once.
They didn't like g4?
I think they basically tried touching every single pawn here and seeing if maybe moving it 2 squares forward does something. G4 probably wasn't any of the favorites.
It's a move. All right, so in the game 97 was played, this is also what Carlsen used in his World Championship match against Caruana. After playing knight b8 twice, he switched to knight e7, which, yeah, computers like less, and it has a dodgier reputation, but it leads to sharper positions in a way. And yeah, for Magnus, it worked quite nicely. He got a good position in the final classical game, and then he won a game in the tie breaks, I think. So, yeah, queen b8, h4, h5. There's also options to ignore this h-pawn push, but it's very risky. So usually they play this. All of this, I think there might be games with this b5. I'd have to look it up. Is this what Boris played?
I'm not entirely sure. Let's actually check. Yeah, all of these things kind of blend in my mind. Still following a game by Velimir Ivic. Even a4 is not a novelty, and b5. Still only 2 games. Maxime Lagarde played this with black, and there's also this Velimir Ivic game. The Lagarde game is actually from January 22, so it's extremely fresh. Yeah, not sure I can explain very easily why we're giving white two passers on the queen side so easily, but I guess breaking up the center and also somewhat distracting the pieces is a prize unto itself. But
looks like
the battle
is very
the battle lines are very drawn here, right? If you don't give mate, you pretty much lose every single endgame. So black has nailed the colors to the mast here. Something in the king side and/or in the center has to be achieved very, very quickly before white finishes development and consolidates. So what's the plan? e4 and knight e5 somehow, right? And we probably, considering how we approach the game so far, we might not even care about additional pawns being given away.
So you want to do it right here, right now?
I'm actually kind of wondering if we can do it right here, right now. Yeah, queen e4, rook e8, and ask White what they think about the potential threats. I don't know what those threats are, to be honest. If I can go somewhere, I can. Yeah, I can take on h4, but I don't know if that's very good. Weird. Like it's a pawn, but I don't know if it's good enough. Maybe I can just play bishop f6 though. Like queen c2, for instance, I can play bishop f6, and I create a threat of rook takes c2 and then bishop takes b5. Right? This is something I didn't immediately appreciate. So maybe rook a3 is forced, and then we have a tempo to do something. Well, I mean, forced is a very strong word, but looks logical to protect the rook on a1 by lifting it to a3. And yeah, I have no idea what this is. Maybe we can take on b5, take on a3, take on b5 again, and claim that we've equalized. But yeah, this is just the first idea that came to my mind. Probably incorrect. I think one of the bigger issues with e5, e4 is that White is absolutely not obliged to react to it in any way. We can just castle and say, please continue.
Yeah, Magnus had positions very similar to this, but probably not exactly this. Looking for counterplay here. Feels like Black probably doesn't have time for f5. No, not only because his pawn is hanging.
Yeah, I've been trying. Exactly. The idea of playing e4 was just to save a tempo on f7, f5, which seems it's slow. But maybe it's not that slow. Like, I don't know. Bishop g5 here seems logical, though, trying to trade that bishop away and get to the pawn on distance.
Some drilling?
Wouldn't be. Not on my side.
Apologies.
So yeah, this is a very, very sharp position. I think both of them probably are quite happy with this outcome. Let me briefly assume control so that we could click around. There's a number of boards we haven't visited yet at all. I wanted to ask Jan's opinion about this because I think his eyes also lit up quite a bit by the spectacle of Niels actually playing a7, a6 in this position. As did mine, because what this results in, and this has already been played on the board, is Black is playing a classical Panov, and in this position, instead of playing bishop g4 or e6, which are kind of normal moves, Black played a7, a6 and said, sort of, do your worst. Which seems like a very, very risky strategy to me, but Niels obviously isn't doing this without some kind of an idea in mind. But I'm not sure what the idea is, because now the center is under tremendous pressure, and if you have to play e6 here, I don't think you're very happy about having spent a tempo on a7, a6. I'll give Jan back the...
Yeah, I was just investigating the drilling. Turns out we're having stuff done, because no one in this household, as you won't be very surprised, can do anything. So
yeah,
there are some lamps being put on. Where do you put lamps? On walls? Probably on ceilings.
Depends on the lamp.
Apologies for potential drilling disruptions. I'm being informed it won't last very long.
Yeah,
maybe it's Nelly installing Disney Plus again. That could very well.
Yeah. So what do we think about this weird Panov with a7, a6?
I think I've seen this. I'm not sure why you would do this, but it's not as bad as it looks, I guess is a good thing. But I have no clue why a6 is your move of choice here. Why not? E6,
yeah. I just gave this speech while you were investigating that. Yeah, it probably doesn't lose the game, and Niels clearly is doing this for a reason, but I struggle to give that reason immediately. I have no idea why that would be a move you would prefer to all of your other options in that position. In particular, combined with thinking after bishop g5, which is by far the most unnatural move for white in this position.
First move that comes to mind. No, yeah, that's
absolutely the first move that comes to mind. Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. It's still a playable position. I just am definitely a bit confused about this whole thing. Maybe we just play a7, a6, or so. I mean, sorry, g7, g6 here, and say we are, exciting, dynamic players, and we don't care about those pawns. But that doesn't seem like a very good gambit somehow.
Can't be that exciting, no? Bishop e6. I have a feeling I've seen something like this recently. But
but
why?
Yeah, this is a theoretical position in which, I mean, this position exists with black to move, and black, I would suspect, does not play a7, a6 in it, so it's just confusing. People take liberties, and I think we like Niels taking liberties here because it might lead to a sharper game rather than, I think the normal reply these days to 4e3 in that position is the symmetrical line with e6, d4, d5.
We're also being informed that Niels had the exact same position in an online game against Paravian 2 weeks ago. No, he means this.
Yeah, of course he means this. I just, I kind of want to express my slight disagreement of it. Of course he's not doing this because he mouse slipped or something. We'll see. We'll see. We haven't looked at Vidit's game at all, and there was a comment in chat that whoever that was, let me find it, about Vidit and Giri exchanging prep. I mean, they are very much, at least they used to at some point work together, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if there was some note swapping going on.
Yeah, there are certainly some direct lines of communication. I'm not sure how direct it is these days, but yeah, these two are also, there's note swapping. I guess is maybe a bit overrated nowadays. If two top players choose to look at similar openings, it's rare that they won't come up with similar moves.
Yeah,
similar engines and so on. So it's not like these opening secrets being passed along plays as big a role as I think even a couple of years ago. Like times really are changing with Leela and the game. Could still very much be, and with white you're always looking for directions, ideas, and so on and so forth. But yeah, I'm not sure it's necessarily any note swapping needed, but could very well be that they just talk about it. What do you think
Notably, Vidit does not repeat the plan that Prague employed against Duda early in the tournament, this weird rook e3, queen e1, semi-Alekhine gun setup, which probably was in this exact position, right? I think rook e8, rook e3 was what was played there. And goes for h3, knight f6, queen f4. Yeah, I think that's how it went, right? Knight g4, bishop, rook e2, bishop a6, and so on and so forth.
This also looks very familiar, isn't this? Don't they do this strange dance here? There's knight h5, queen goes somewhere, knight goes back, and now we try to find a more useful move than queen back, or there's some weird stuff was happening here.
Yeah, but knight h5 wasn't even played. I think you're absolutely right. I think I've seen this weird pendulum maneuver before, but queen c7 is more direct. After knight e5, yeah, endgames I think are instantly very good for black. I think one thing you don't do in these lines with white, unless it kind of wins you something straight away, is straight queens. These are very, very healthy endgames for black. So knight e5 is natural, using the fact that the pawn on f7 is hanging, meaning that you cannot play knight d7. Loses on the spot, so it's not that easy to challenge, but Duda goes rook e7, kind of further solidifying the central setup. And perhaps introducing the idea of knight d7, even though rook c1 kind of scares me. Honestly, the entire setup kind of scares me a little bit here, because it feels a bit flimsy. And d4.
Duda has 4 more minutes than what he started the game with, so I guess it's a fair bet.
Yeah, I understand that my vague feelings of flimsiness are easily refuted by 144.28 on our screen. But without preparation, I think playing like this should be quite scary, because for a second there I wondered why d45 isn't just winning on the spot, but I guess we just take and play queen d6 and say, who told you queen is a poor blocker? Bois. Or some sound like that.
What?
Yeah. I'm going with bois. I don't know why. Also, there was a very important question earlier in chat. Can we pronounce Worcestershire sauce? And the answer clearly is no.
No.
Absolutely can't pronounce it.
I got my booster shot recently, and I was very surprised that it's spelled Borscester shot. So we can go d5. Seems like Duda knows what he's doing.
Yep.
Bishop e3.
Yeah.
Kids these days. Queen d2 is a move here. Bishop e3. What happened to normal chess? Knight c3, e4, or e3, queen e2. What is this all about?
No idea.
Lawrence's notes.
Yeah, it's a second position Lawrence claimed is in his notes already in this round, and the round is only half an hour long, so half an hour old. So we're in for a rough ride today. My guess is
I've seen this move around. It's been played, like Bluebaum and the likes have played it. It just looks so dumb.
Yeah, it looks weird, and explaining exactly why it's there is, I think, kind of a difficult trick. But Richard, I wanted to say doesn't actually attempt to refute it, but I don't know if that's true. Bishop d6 does look kind of critical.
Also, we should look
fighting.
at the move order. I'm actually not sure I've seen this move in that very position, because Bishop g2, Knight c6, it's already an interesting moment. That here, in the old days, I used to play Queen a4, trying to regain this pawn, and you had this old people theory, this Knight d5 takes, and whatever, Knight c3, castles, a3, all kinds of lines here. But it seems the consensus is that black can hold on there. So Carlsen goes short castles, which was considered more risky because black can now play rook b8 compared to the more popular line where you start with a6 castles, knight c6. The reasoning was that rook b8 is a slightly more useful move because you're vacating this long diagonal. So if you go b5, knight e5 isn't going to hurt you as badly. But apparently, even this position, they have discovered ways to play the position slowly, not be too worried about b5. Not sure what happens after b5. I guess knight e5, maybe in the bishop points here could be a point.
Yeah, it could be, and this might be what Richard is playing against by starting with bishop d6, making the knight e5 ideas perhaps even less attractive for the future. Might be an extremely sharp position. Might also kind of even out if the pawn on c4 gets one back while things get traded away, but currently I don't really see how white wins the pawn back. Black is very prepared to meet b5, I mean meet any kind of an attack on it with b7, b5. Knight fg2 exists, but I don't think we care very much about knight fg2. We probably just play 6 e5 or something.
Yeah.
But then d5 bishop a7 actually. How do we meet this move then? Hang on a second. What's the?
We can go knight a5, but then.
Yeah, but then check, and we do actually win the pawn back.
We might lose the knight.
We might also lose the knight, but even knight takes c4, I think we might be slightly better with white, no?
Yeah.
A tiny bit, maybe. Because e6, e5 will happen, but yeah, this is also extremely critical and sometimes just wins the game on the spot. Yeah. Curious. Definitely on the surface, a more exciting Catalan than the second one we have in the round, which appears to be.
Bad as this, knight c4 could be bad.
A7 is hanging, yeah. Like with the pawn on a6, I would already be a lot happier about this position for black, because I would just go knight f5 and claim that it's all still going according to plan. But I don't know if that's true in this particular case.
Let's see what Monsieur Magnus comes up with. Could also be that bishop e3 came as a surprise. Why wouldn't it? It's a rare position, the rare move, and that Rapport just wanted to play any move to get out of debate. I'm assuming knight d5, for example, is a more critical move, or maybe b5 as well. If knight e5 doesn't win, then.
Yep. We'll see.
Question about the Italian for me, that in my Chessable course I gave the plan with a6, bishop a7, and that seems to be rarely played nowadays. I'm not sure that's true. I still see plenty top-level games there. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with it. But, and I also mentioned this in the course, it's not like this is a clean-cut equalizer like it used to be considered in the old days, because White has all these plans based on a4, attempt to play b4, and then the debate is usually in these positions. Is black fully equal? Whatever. And here, you try any move with white, or can white play? And depending where you stand on that issue, the truth is probably little somewhere in the middle. Black holds, but white, has a little space and can play. The popularity of these a6, bishop a7 setups go up and down. a5 has the advantage, of course, that it stops all this b4 stuff. So drawback there weakens some squares. And yeah, I don't think the final word has been said there, but it has to be said, in fairness, that there is a trend to play a5 and to some extent h5, h4, a4 in all positions, because Lila is so in love with playing a5 everywhere. Maybe it's also happening more and more in the Italian. Sorry. Back to...
No, I absolutely agree with everything you said. And also, I saw that question and I wanted to jump to your defense, because I think the premise is just absolutely incorrect.
That's what I was curious about. I haven't done research, but I still see a6, bishop a7 played.
Yeah, there's plenty of that going around. I think it's very evenly split between a6 and a5. And a5 is definitely the more adventurous approach, because very often it gets to sharper positions than those, But yeah, plenty of a6 at the very top level.
No, I also chose this to some extent because I thought it's easier, which wasn't the goal in the course, but in the Italian, since I was undecisive myself, I thought if you go a6, bishop a7, h6 castles, you can never be in too much trouble. Well, a5, it's more fun, more risk. It's the more adventurous move for sure. Where shall we jump? This looks fun.
Yeah, the Sicilian continues. They're just not stopping. Yeah, Prague played f5 very quickly. Sam instantly took on h5. I think that decision took him about 10 seconds. I will actually check the timings, but I think it took him 38 seconds. Sam, so far, the only move he apparently spent more than a minute on is the only one which appears to be like, he just wasn't at the board for bishop c1, d2. Bishop c1, d2 is legitimately the only move he could make, and that is the longest thing so far in the 22 moves they've made.
Well prepared.
Yeah, so Sam clearly always has been a very diligent worker, has excellent work ethic, likes working on theory.
But do you think he did it himself? Because last Wijk he mentioned that he left the theory work to his team. That's what he said, and he focused, more on overall being in shape. So it could be that Team Sam just did this.
Or that, yeah. He also told me the story that the idea to play 3h4 against the Grunfeld, which he used to beat me in the World Cup, was suggested to him on Skype by unnamed sources. And he said he would... whatever, yeah. The point being that he kind of asked them, what shall I do against Svidler? And they told him, play h4 and you'll win. And he said he was kind of dubious, but not he. Yeah, that's not the word I was looking for. But anyway, he trusts his team, and he did win that game. And
there's a question: who is in Sam's team? But I think the correct question is who is not in Sam's team.
Yeah, Team Sam is
we don't know
all encompassing, and definitely not just Jacob, as naive people might think.
How big is the operation? Like, is it Oceans 8, 11, 12, 13? Peter's not at liberty to say.
I am,
maybe
yeah,
because
I'm not divulging any information on this.
First rule of Team Sam is you don't talk about Team Sam.
Exactly.
Second rule is you don't talk about Team Sam. Having said that, rest in peace. Meat Loaf was great in Fight Club.
Yeah, I saw this today. Sad news.
So what's happening here?
I'm not sure. What's happening here is why there's 2 pawns up. This much we can establish with relative confidence. Takes on d2 and then bishop takes a4 is like the most obvious continuation.
With 1 pawn back.
But I don't think you equalize because we will take on b8 and take on f5, I think. And yeah, this position, although maybe rook b3 gives a perpetual of some sort, but probably not, right? The king probably escapes.
Where do we go?
Yeah, does it though? Yeah, I'm not sure. King e4. King e4 looks kind of risky, actually. Like, you could regret this decision. Rook c3 and rook hc1 still actually saves material, but it becomes very, very touch and go.
Maybe Team Sam has studied this.
Team Sam is nothing if not well prepared.
If you guys are wondering how things are being done in Team Sam, it's very similar from what I hear. Sometimes there are some leaks to the scene in Queen's Gambit where she has this adjourned game during this tournament in Moscow. Peter probably still hasn't seen Queen's Gambit because he hates chess. He will never admit it, but it's the truth. Have you seen Queen's Gambit, Mr. Svidler?
4.5 episodes in. And I have been 4.5 episodes in for about a year.
So you saw the first 4.5 and then you said, yeah, you know, this is where I bail.
Yeah, I think I moved to greener pastures at that point.
How many episodes in total is like 6, right?
7.
7. Oh. What did you think? I don't think we ever talked about it, seriously.
It's fine. As with all the chess-related mass media content, we're just not the intended audience. And for us, you know, the things that maybe aren't intended as, you know, lighthearted comedies they often turn into lighthearted comedies because of slightly unrealistic things happening on screen. But it's absolutely
fine. You didn't think the chess was properly done for...
Chess was very well done, even though people still somewhat struggled to move pieces naturally. I think.
Yeah, you could tell that, but that's hard to learn. Also, obviously, all the games with them, the tournament games where every move is being blitzed out, aren't exactly realistic. But I thought, you know, that compared to what we're used to, the chess and also the chess atmosphere, like I haven't been in that many US and Mexican tournaments in the 50s and 60s, but I thought it was well captured overall.
Yeah, I think in that respect it's an excellent show, and they clearly, you know, they consulted very strong chess players and got feedback which they used. But yeah, it's a whole other thing. Like you can discuss the feminist angle of it, and you can discuss like lots of potential angles there. But all in all, I actually didn't stop because I didn't like it. Sometimes I just stop watching things because something else comes up and then I kind of forget to return to it. There was absolutely nothing wrong with it. I very much liked what I saw. Just not sure professional chess players are who the show is addressed to.
I know. For me, it was sort of opposite. That I thought the chess was great, obviously for a show. That is that, and the chess atmosphere was great, and even the chess psychology angle I thought was done nicely. I just thought the other stuff wasn't that interested, like the hero's journey we've seen once or twice. I didn't think I don't want to spoil it for you, but that the addiction story, it felt like it happened it came and left very quickly. So I wasn't so sold on the drama, but I was sold on the atmosphere and the chess.
Yeah. And I think it's excellently filmed, and
the costumes are great.
Yeah, it's well cast, excellently filmed. There's nothing you can really say against it apart from the story, feeling a little bit fairy tale-ish to me. Which I mean, I'm sure.
Also, what do you think about Benny Watts? I'm not sure. Yeah, he must have shown up in the part you watched. It's the guy with the cowboy hat who, comes across as nerdy, but carries himself very, very confidently. I don't think that guy exists, and I couldn't really figure out who he's supposed to be based on. Benny Watts really, really confused me.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, the combination of those things together, it feels somewhat unrealistic.
It's based on Yasser.
Nah. Nowhere near mellow enough to be based on Yasser.
Flinsky is saying costumes are great, haha, like reading a book and saying the way it is typed was great. What are you talking about? You don't think costumes are important in a period piece for the 50s and 60s? I think they were exceptionally well dressed. Yeah. Anyway, Benny Watts, not buying.
How about Queen A7?
8. Does Prague still know all this? He's taken a bit more
pretty
time.
Sure,
but I think not oceans of time.
Yeah, pretty sure the chat was also suggesting this is the best move. I've been trying to figure out exactly what happens if we take on b5, which I think we're supposed to. I've come to no conclusions whatsoever. Like Queen f2, even Rook fb8 maybe.
Or do we move?
Maybe even Rook fb8 starts, or ab8. I don't know which one is better. A very, very confusing position. And interestingly, Sam is finally thinking, which is a bit surprising considering he got there with like 6 minutes above the starting time. And chat was, it's strictly Queen e3 or bust, says Vicious Seal. So I guess Queen b5 just straight up loses to some Rook b8, I guess. I don't know which one, but one of the Rooks to b8. And there is no good reaction to the threats of Rook b2 and Queen f2. Yeah, Queen e3 is a playable move here. I guess we go Queen a... No, hang on. What do we play as black? Queen a5, Queen c3.
Do we gain anything? Do we go back? I don't know.
Maybe, we just play Queen b6 there or something like that. And maybe you don't have anything better than just to repeat. Would be a kind of a sad denouement, if that's the word. If this ended up just being a forced draw somehow like this. But it often does end up being something like that. Repetition, go home, says SWRG. Yeah, it does look like a little bit like it, because with the queen on c3, feels like AB queen f2 is sort of insta-resigns, and just generally giving up the pawn on f2 doesn't look promising. And hard to believe Rook h2 is ever going to be very strong with our king in the center and pieces not coordinated. So we might actually have a very, very short game today. But a very sharp fighting game. Just looks like Prague is very well prepared in this line. Kudos to him.
So here, moves were made, h3, rook to e8. Kayakin opted for covering this pawn with bishop d3. Not sure, might be the best move. It doesn't feel like the most critical move to me.
Well,
maybe queen b3, maybe a4. I guess queen b3 we have a4.
Well, the question is whether the pawn on e4 is actually hanging, right?
Sorry, some more drilling. I guess it's easy if I mute myself till it's over.
This time I can't actually hear it. Yeah, I mean, we would like to make some kind of waiting move, but e4, cd4, knight takes e4, or even rook takes e4 might actually be something playable for black. So looks risky, but it's a central pawn. If I can take it and not lose, maybe it's not that horrible. Yeah, now Jordan played knight e7, obviously using the fact that if you take on e5 twice, c7, c6 attacks both the knight on e5 and the knight on b5, instantly leading to trouble for white. And Sergei played c3, c4, which is actually kind of reminiscent of that game Yesipenko won against him. There's definitely some parallels, but yeah, giving yourself a c3 square for this knight is very logical. Very logical.
Yep. Chat seems to say that Sam Shankland is Benny Watts. It's an interesting comparison, but it's hard to believe he was based on Sam Shankland.
Maybe. Probably not, no. So what else do we have here? This position looks like white should be a little bit better, but lots of play ahead and still all the pieces on the board, so not much to say just yet. Magnus is still thinking after bishop d6, which is... Bishop d6 might just be new. Let me just check briefly.
Yeah, I would guess there are not millions of games with rook b8, bishop e3.
This is... I'm going to go for a weird shout out, but you know, seeing what I see on my screen, I can't not go for a weird shout out. The position after bishop b3 has been played 7 times according to the Chess24 database, and 2 of those times it has been played by Eugene Yanite, better known as Fischosaurus Rex. And if by some weird chance you're watching, hi Eugene, you're a hero. But also by Zdenko Kozul and some other stronger players. Very, very rare move. And bishop d6, I mean, if there's only 7 games after bishop b3, discussing how rare bishop d6 is becomes a bit irrelevant. Position just doesn't exist. Outside of Lawrence Trent's notes, basically, the position just doesn't exist.
Could be that Benny Watts is based on Lawrence Trent as well. I'm pretty sure Lawrence gave notes to the show.
We should, yeah. If we ever get him to join us, we should ask him to provide any kind of factual proof of the existence of any notes on any topic. Yeah. And not to, you know, feed the fed horse, but since there appears to be some confusion, the Eugene Yanite is, or at least used to be, one of the best high-stakes triple draw players in the world. Until, yeah. So yeah, I'm done on this topic, but it needed to, like, I couldn't not do that.
Sergei Kayakin, also one of the best triple draw players in the world.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, Uji, you're right, Jupiter. What is this position? This looks like white is trying to give mate, and Duda just says, "Don't believe you."
He's mainly saying it's in my notes.
Yeah. he keeps on saying that, actually. Yeah, just yes, looks scary, but I've checked. Mate doesn't exist. I'm going to continue gaining space on the queen side. Haha. Knight e8, I suppose. What else is there? Does look very scary. Like I would be.
Then you take, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That happens in a heartbeat. Yeah.
This should not end well.
Yeah, this looks completely lost. Another thing that maybe is like a risky way to play, but maybe the machine supports it, is to go knight takes e4 in this position instead of knight e8. And maybe this is why we're playing a5, so that here we can take. With the bishop on e4, I feel less worried about getting mated because it goes to g6, so you have to take and we play a4. We force you to play bishop d1, and then we have some counterplay. But I'm not sure about what that counterplay is. Yeah, and let's say g6 here, and we claim that no mate, and we've achieved something on the queen side. My problem with that statement is that I don't know exactly what I've achieved on the queen side, and we did have to give up some materials. So, yeah, that got blitzed out. It seemed like it was a possibility, but I still don't really understand why bishop d1 is so bad. Just take everything, go bishop d1, queen c1, rook d3. Why should that be not at least a little bit better for white? Is
It does take. Duda saying it's in my notes. Queen takes. Now.
Well, I maybe check on a4. Could that be the reason? No, he goes a4 straight away.
Now there's a choice. This first, something else.
Yeah, there's always knight takes f7 ideas, but they
doesn't seem
not to create enough threats, right? It's just a move, which we will reply to by taking on b3 and looking at our opponent quizzically. Why is this good for white? Because white has 2 pieces for the rook. It's just, structurally it's very nice for black, but we do have, like, you're supposed to be slightly behind on material when you give up 2 light pieces for a rook. Even 2 light pieces for a rook and pawn, you're still a bit behind in terms of material balance, but breaking apart the white center and gaining some space on the queen side is not nothing.
Needed thinking. Here, f5 looks risky, but
might be playable.
Will actually lose.
Yeah, because we have layers of defense against queen g7 threats, meaning that bishop p6 doesn't win, and queen a5, ab also doesn't seem to win. So maybe just very strong. Seems to be a very solid continuation.
Maybe white's choice is not as wide as we made it sound, and you have to go here.
So what's the play here for black? Like, how do you continue from here? Queen c1, rook d3, b4 maybe.
Bishop d1 is played. Once again, queen g4, f5 could be an option.
And if rook d3, I want to try b4 with the idea. Okay, moving.
Do the blitz out f6, saying it's in my notes. Read it.
It is very much in his notes, yeah. But now I'm like legitimately confused because we are forcing the knight to go to d3 and c5, right?
This looks tempting.
Which is exactly where white would normally want the knight to go to. This also stops queen c1. Why aren't we better with white here? I guess we'll find out very, very soon.
We'll learn.
Yeah, we're just here to learn, and we should stop with the incredulous questioning. Magnus, after a very, very long thing, went with queen c1, which is, I think, a typical move in these positions. b5, b3 maybe being the point, I guess, yeah? Or at least one of the possible points.
Yeah. Queen doesn't want to get hit by any knight b4s, so it goes here. Makes sense. Question is, how bad is it to, I don't know, castle? Once again, e5 would be nice if a7 wasn't hanging, but to have time for, let's say, a6.
Yeah, that's one thing. And also, if we look at the position after b5, b3, I was wondering if we could just play b5, b3 and castle there. And just try to use the a6 square to generate additional play. Queen c4, knight b4 looks quite nice for black, I think, because bishop a6 is an extremely annoying threat here. So you probably go knight d2, whichever knight, I don't know, a knight to g2, and I go bishop a6, knight c4, and knight b4, or something like that. And once again, sort of how bad can this be, but this could be...
Can be kind of bad, no?
Yeah. This I'm not entirely convinced about. Convinced by.
Let's see how Richard Rapport feels about it. Great tournament by Rapport so far. Magnus, yeah, he will be very, very eager to get in one complete game. He's had plenty winning chances, but hasn't been able to use them except for once. He won't be happy about it. Mamedyarov, let's just do a very brief tour. Mamedyarov Grandelius featured as a6, which, yeah, seems to be a thing. What do you do? You go c5, or you try to make something happen in center?
Like I'm leaning more towards trying to punish black for spending a completely unnecessary tempo on a6, which would imply trying to do something in the center. But I don't know. If I wanted to play c5, I probably wouldn't want to be trading on f6, because I think that improves counterplay against the d4 pawn. What's the reply to rook e1 right now, for instance? I guess bishop e7 or something, yeah? So at least we can go rook e1 and then sort of re-ask the question.
It's also black to move.
That would be an important point to realize slightly early into my speech. Then we just go bishop g7 and castles. And honestly, the way Shahryar has reacted, unless we're missing some important tactical resources here, doesn't look that bad for black. Maybe bishop g7, queen b3. Yeah? Maybe that would be the way to try and do something concrete. Knight a5, queen a4 check seems awkward. There were questions about this. This is Jan's influence on my sartorial choices. This is a Nakitano hoodie, which I definitely would not have bought if not for Jan's tremendous influence over everything in my life.
Look how I dress. I have nothing to do with this. I am still trying to look like economics student. But yeah, it's actually a German brand.
Yeah.
The German fashion industry still going strong.
Absolutely, yeah. A German brand trying very hard to pretend they're Japanese, but they're not fooling us.
I do need a pipe, Pierre Sternum.
So how's our roundup doing? Yeah, this is just a very, very normal Catalan, the type of Catalan I can imagine myself losing with black very, very easily to Kramnik. I think I've lost the position to Kramnik, which is kind of similar to this. Although these lines with the queen simply taking on c4 and going back and allowing bishop b7, I think are currently supposed to be absolutely nothing, right? They've sort of shifted away from this approach.
The thing is, obviously after queen c2, b5 has become popular recently, so maybe that will lead to a bit of a queen a4 resurgence. And at least as far as I know, bishop d2, this was the main line for a long time. The problem with it is supposed to be c6 here, which Kramnik introduced, and no one ever found anything in particular to do against, so I would have been curious to see what Dubov had in mind there. Yespenko goes bishop e4 and back, which they used to play, but I thought this was at least giving white something to play with. Obviously, there are other lines as well here. Rook a7 is a move, bishop d6, you name it. But yeah, I'm a bit surprised by bishop e4, bishop b7. Maybe Yespenko, who's also taken quite a bit of time, was just very surprised by Dubov's opening choice. Because now, I mean, all of this has been played, but these positions weren't supposed to be clean equalizers, at least.
No, yeah, this is definitely playable for white in in as much as anything is in the classical Catalan. And 95 takes. It kind of revolves around black trying to push c7, c5 and equalize that way, but it's not going to be very easy.
What happens if black pushes f7, f6?
I guess knight c6 is the point, right?
Other moves seem to lose a piece, so we must do this, yeah?
Leaving that knight alive is completely unplayable, so you have to go for this endgame. Allowing g takes f4 generally is not great, but maybe we're just fine after c5 here. Yeah, maybe the entire thing is just not that much.
That is the question.
Yeah, but these types of endgames are not always.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Yes, I'm right to move.
Knight e4, even d4, d5 might not be that stupid. I think I have to play
b4. There are some ways you could imagine this game continuing. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. It looks very close to equality, but that's not guaranteed to actually be equality in the Catalan streets. Yeah. And of course, instead of f6, you can play something like queen c8 or... I guess queen c8 is more logical than queen e7, because queen e7, knight c6 is legitimately very annoying. Trying to get the queen to b7 and then push for c5.
If we go c5 directly, there will be questions here, like 94.
Yeah, 94 looks...
There will be blood.
Very tempting, yeah.
Do you think there will be blood should have won the Oscar, or were you team no country for old men?
I'm probably okay with how that came out.
I gotta run.
Yeah, let's
the bathroom and get a new cocoa. Are we done with our tour? Not quite. Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Fabianish. Let's conclude the tour and I'll run then. Yeah, this is a game of chess, right?
Yeah, it is a game of chess, somewhat surprisingly, yeah. Who knew that was a thing that was possible in 2022?
It's trying to provoke e5 followed by d4, after which you claim...
Legitimate claim here, because white's attack on the king side, without which white really is kind of stuck looking for a plan here. This looks very promising. And without e5 and d4, you're kind of stuck looking for something to do.
Yep, I like it.
Yeah, nicely done by Fabi so far.
By Anish, or maybe by both. But...
Yeah, this one is going to be a slow-ish game, but I think it's kind of this type of...
I guess this how bad can be. Yeah, some sort of
feeling. Well, I mean, isn't
can return.
At some point, I thought the argument was that if white gets this, specifically this pawn structure, which often in Gioco Pianos you have to work really hard to achieve, you have to like play b3 and c4 and expand this way. But if you do get like the knight to c3, bishop b3, queen d2, rook a d1, it's not always that comfortable for black. And also, I think Sergei will greatly enjoy having something like this on the board. I think he has probably more experience than Jordan playing these types of Italian/Spanish type positions. It's not very much, but I think it's not immediately equal either.
He probably has more experience than Jordan playing any position. But
also
Jordan
true.
has youthful energy, optimism, stunning looks.
Stunning.
It must count for something.
Yeah, stunning looks are definitely one of the main things there.
Wow.
Yeah, and Sam actually took a long time to play Queen E3, but he has finally played Queen E3, which our chat informed us was absolutely the only move that wasn't losing in this position. And now, yeah, Prague probably just blitzes out Queen A5, Queen B6, and Sam, with great sadness, goes Queen E3 again. All of that seems very probable.
You don't think there would be any bravery in his eyes anymore?
In his eyes, maybe, but he'll still play Queen E3.
All right.
How many games have you won with stunning looks, asks Jonas Sinton-North. Well, none, because I don't possess them. That's what
we had no Jordan fun for races here.
Yeah, that's exactly the point where we were trying to make, and apparently not succeeding.
All right. First break a little earlier than usual. Apologies for that. I really need to go to that bathroom. Thanks for watching. We'll be back in a couple minutes. In the meantime, you can continue watching the games, or we highly recommend joining Team Alan and Hans with the voucher code Alan40. You can become a Chess24 premium member, save 40%, gives you access to all the banter blitzes. You can play the likes of Peter Svidler, a lot of the world's best players, and you can join the ongoing team battles where currently I'm being informed there are still spots on Team Alan and Hans. So sign up and help them not only kick out Team Yanistan, but kick out the rest. It's not a very convincing sales pitch, but that's because I don't want them to do too well. I still a little bit of a crush. See you soon.
Yep. Hello again, and so as not to make the breaks too long, the Sveshnikov we've been discussing between Shankland and Prague has continued the way we expected. There was a question in chat whether after queen a5 check it's possible to play b2 b4. I was wondering about that myself. I will not now be able to find exactly who asked that question, so sorry I'm not naming you. It's a very sensible question, actually. But I think black is fine after rook takes a4. Specifically, I think this is the strongest. Yeah, there you are, the real Zeldur. I think rook a4 is a good move here, and let's say if we trade, the threat of rook d4 check here is quite annoying, and the bishop on g6 looks very strong, but it can be smoked out with bishop e8. So it doesn't really look to me like white is playing for a win. It feels like we're continuing the game here just for the sake of continuing the game, and that rarely ends up being very productive. So not expecting that, and honestly, just ways for white that don't involve giving up the pawn on f2, like moves here that aren't giving up the pawn on f2, are not very numerous. Like rook h1, h2 exists, but I don't think you can make a convincing argument for that. I think it's just a move that pretty much is impossible to make in a real game, because I think you just get mated. Don't think that will happen. I think the repetition is very, very likely. And yeah, I'll relinquish the controls. We're back.
Are we live? I thought we were still on break. You're just chatting to Satiris about.
Nope.
The thoughts.
Nope. Decided to keep the chat company and hold the fort until we both are here. Fabi actually chooses to go e5, which is a very committal decision. I honestly think, I didn't like the position regardless of what he did, but this is extremely risky strategically, at least in my understanding.
This looks great for black, no? At least. Mm-hmm. I play this in blitz, bishop f5, and put the bishop on h7, and usually you're so happy when they go e5, and then you can go for this Karakani thing.
Yeah.
But probably he didn't see any other way.
Yeah, I think that's mainly the biggest issue. Yeah, is that
when you do g4,
you just don't have moves.
G4. This is the classic Fischer plan, but it looks very, very slow here.
Yeah. So how do we go about things with black here? Pushing for c5, c4 is one plan, and the other would be to just go like queen a6 and b5 immediately, or queen a7. I don't know which square is stronger. Also looks very logical to my eyes.
Yep.
You can also throw in bishop c5 before. I don't know if semi-forcing white to play rook e d1 is an improvement or not, but it's definitely an idea. We'll see. But yeah, my impression is that Anish should be quietly extremely happy with the outcome of the opening today. Potentially very sharp fighting position in which he also is doing very well, which is a bonus for a game with black against a player of Fabi's strength.
Yep. That's what we talked about earlier, that of course you get a game by taking Anish out of book, but there is a price to pay, and Anish, I think he will take this position as the outcome of the opening anytime against anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Shahriar did go for the c5 plan. Whoa. Yeah, the woe is not with regards to this position. This is also an interesting position which could become very sharp.
Where's the woe?
The woe is Andrei Yasipenko allowing the knight on c6 to stick.
Whoa.
I mean,
playing some old Kasparov Kramnik.
Yeah, maybe you go knight f6, g5, g4, and you go for that plan, something like that. But this is very, very risky. It's as concepts go, this one is.
This looks very close to whatever they had in that 2000 match game, no?
We could actually look it up, because I think chat is suggesting it's exactly the same position.
It's that very position even? Wow. Yeah, Kramnik was somewhat worse than it was a draw.
Maybe not exactly the same position, but
yeah,
very close.
Anyway, this is what you get in the Catalan if things go well. No, like for White, it's not like you're winning on the opening, but there are some long-term holes in the black position, and black has to justify what he's been doing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate it for black.
Yeah, it becomes very concrete, and somewhat weirdly, the knight on c3 is currently a very passive piece which you need to reorganize somehow. Everything else about White's setup looks very harmonious, and pieces appear to be exactly where they should be, but black has successfully taken away all the squares from this knight, and that very much gets in the way of White's play. I wanted to play e4, but e4 actually loses material. I thought maybe I can immediately start opening the position up, but after fe4, I don't think queen takes e4, I think loses a piece, which is a bit of an issue after knight f6, knight d5. And if we cannot take queen takes e4, then obviously this will never work. Meaning that black gets to play knight f6 reasonably comfortably next move. And then, yeah, how do you proceed with White?
Don't need to do anything drastic. I know rook c1, f6. Some move, you go g5.
I think we go g5 very quickly, right?
Yeah.
It actually is tricky, yeah, because knight e2 g4, we've lost the queen.
Yeah. This is unfortunate.
Yeah, this is kind of a stupid position.
This
I guess
is
we actually
passive, yeah.
I guess we actually go knight e5 here. I think we don't go knight b1. I think we go knight e5 for g4, queen c6, and we try to solve our issues this way.
That looks more chessy.
Yeah. Yeah, still quite a sharp position, honestly. Not immediately obvious to me why this has to be, like, absolutely has to be very good for black, but who knows? c5 might be playable here, kind of. Returning to the usual Catalan ideas. We'll see. In Magnus's game, b5 and b3 has been played. And then Richie is thinking. And a very interesting development in the Judit Duda game. This one arguably maybe the most remarkable, because Judit after knight d3, queen d6 spent, I think, quite some time on his next move. Let me actually check. And just returned the material straight away by playing knight c5.
Queen d6 still blitzed out by Duda, but now knight c5 has taken him out of book, and he's thinking. So what's going on if we take?
Yeah, I thought maybe there was some queen a8 shenanigans, but I don't think that works, unless after king f7 there's some queen h8, which I originally discounted, but maybe it's not that stupid. Rook g5, bishop h5 check. Yeah, that was my big point. I think it's a perpetual, but it's a perpetual White will not mind in the slightest, because there might be something better. I don't think there is, but yeah. It's not even a perpetual. King d7 exists. But I'm not sure this is what he's planning. Maybe he just wants to go d takes c and make a draw that way. dc, queen d1, king h2, and now the white king is safer. I think the most natural move here is queen d5, and then maybe we just take and go rook d3 and claim that this is a draw. It's not the most glamorous draw in the world for White, but it might be a draw for all we know. c6, yeah, but we're still suffering actually. Yeah, rook c6, rook c2. You still have to prove you know how to draw this position. Yeah, very, very non-standard choice there by Judit, because the position didn't really look like it required such dramatic measures. Let me just briefly check, because I mean, obviously young Krzysztof knows what he's doing, but yeah. Yeah, seems like around equal. Nobody's like knight c5 is not one of the better moves according to the somewhat weak engine on the side, but there aren't any particularly impressive options either. Black wants to go rook d7, rook c3, that kind of plan, and just put pressure against the white center. And white is discoordinated and finds it difficult to find good squares for the pieces while also protecting the d4 pawn. Unsurprisingly, when we have somebody who has 145 by move 25 on the clock, that person probably knows a thing or two about the position they're playing. And knight c5 isn't bad either, but once again, very, very preliminary check. And the way to reply to rook c5 is maybe actually to combine the two ideas I had. Give a check and then go dc. Maintaining the threat of queen h8 while also not giving up too much material. And this is supposedly not bad at all for white.
Fair. How's Niels doing? Mamedyarov went pawn to b4. Can we take?
I don't think we want to. I think we can, but I don't think we. I want to play queen a5 and try not to give the pawn back at all. Or
depends what you do. For rook b1, I want queen a5. Queen b3, I wasn't sure what happened.
I was sort of more interested in the idea of playing f5 and then just g5 against any move. Kind of a hack attack.
Ult against any move mistake.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, lots of moves which don't actually allow this, but and as I now realize, I also have the threat of queen f6, so f5 is not just a one-trick pony either. I didn't like your idea of knight before queen a5 just completely escaped me, so I sort of discounted it because I thought knight before rook b1. Why are we opening the queen side for white on our clock? But queen a5 might not actually allow white to recapture the pawn. But this looks very attractive to me. Like this looks like it could be a risky position for white even. Because yeah, I don't know how you even like properly consolidate not to lose the d4 pawn here. Like what should be the play? Queen d2 maybe. Yeah, queen d2 might be a clever move. Stopping g5, creating ideas of rook fd1 if we need to overprotect it. Yeah, this might be okay.
f5 played. f5 also played here. Dubov went b4.
Yeah, guessing with the idea of a4, right? To kind of fix the b5 pawn in place to attack it with a to a4, and yeah, Andre
goes e5.
Andre instantly replies by opening up the position in the center. Not sure what I think about it though, because it probably succeeds in trading away the knight on c6, but it also gives white some squares to operate on. d5, knight e5, knight e5, extremely likely to happen. And now, if you take with the bishop, I go rook ac1. If you take with the queen, I probably want to play knight d5.
Still, something along these lines happened in that Kasparov-Kramnik game nowhere. Kramnik was worse, but then he escaped. Yes, looks pleasant.
Yeah.
King safety is very important in chess. I was told by Mr. Dorfman.
Mr. Dorfman, one of the sages of our age. Wise old man. Not that old. Very wise, though.
Being asked which one is my favorite mug, it's a close call between this one, I like this one, or this one.
That seemed like some kind of a trick.
No?
Because they're the same mug and you have...
I like both of them. Knight takes e5 played.
Yeah, there is queen d5 check here, but I don't see why we should be spending a tempo on that move. It doesn't seem very productive. I think just taking on e5 and keeping our options more flexible is stronger.
Yeah. Who are you rooting for?
In the tournament.
Yeah, in this game, in the tournament, like, do you have rooting interests, or do you watch everything through your professional commentator's eyes?
Oh, I'm famously non-partisan and everything, but yeah, I like both the young men we have on our screen. Well, we don't actually have the young men on our screen; we have their names on our screen. But yeah, I like them both quite a bit. Yeah, in general, I'm very interested with how Andrei's career will go, because I think he has very, very big potential, but so do a number of other people who are playing right now. And as we know, potential doesn't actually necessarily convert into something. But yeah, I like him as a player. I like him as a person, and I will very much enjoy seeing him do well. And a very helpful tweet by our esteemed host company, Chess24, has provided us with comparisons. So it's very, very similar, but in the Kasparov-Kramnik game, the knight was on b3, not on c3 somehow. Apart from that, it's pretty much exactly the same position. And Kasparov
was knight b2, knight b3. Okay.
Yeah, and Kasparov played e5 without f5, which I think is also a very reasonable choice, but probably wasn't as available to Yesipenko, because allowing knight e4 was probably not going to end very well for him. So definitely similar, but
that's still quite different, yeah. Especially we talked about this knight on c3 being somewhat misplaced, maybe not so misplaced anymore now. But
yeah, exactly. I think we take and we try to put it on d5 and try to support it against c7, c6 somehow. Make c7, c6 as difficult to play as possible. White should probably have a little bit of something here.
Nee, ist nicht Wieso? Sie ist bestimmt immer da. Da.
So what's the latest on the cartoon front? A word not really used anymore, right? Like, nothing is called a cartoon anymore.
We're losing viewers already, Peter. We can't keep doing this. Broderick49 just said, I'm switching off, Peter and Jan. He said, I'm watching Hess. I find P&J small talk tiring. I don't know any of the programs they waffle about. That cuts deep. Today we only talked about the Queen's Gambit. All right, noted.
Very deep cut, yeah.
Apologies, Broderick49. Maybe if you're still here, send us a list of programs that you would find appropriate.
Yeah, and we'll try to waffle about them in an appropriate manner.
All right. No more small talk. Big talk only. B3 on the board. Richard Rapport. He can't take. Why is he taking so long to castle, which looks normal?
Maybe knight d5 is a move you could try here. The issue with that is that we're kind of provoking bishop g5, which might not be a stupid idea at all. But yeah, apart from, like, what are the options apart from castling? Maybe bishop a6. Just once again try not to give the opponent c4 so easily. Yeah, this looks kind of, whenever we are forced to play f6 in the Catalan, I instantly feel a bit less safe about black's chances. So yeah, castles, bishop a6, maybe knight b4, if we are to list the moves that are kind of playable here. Seems a bit weird to play knight before until it got
like
changed,
asking
but,
for
yeah.
jumps somehow.
But yeah.
Jake Lone's saying, I came here for the chess but stayed for trolling Peter. It's just wrong. Oof. Polo Tovarman saying all this chess talk is tiring, not enough small talk, I'm switching stream. Sometimes it feels like you can't please everyone.
Yeah, there is no winning.
There is no game.
That's a what's that gif? I recognize that reference. I think
It's just a game, no? Like I think it's a video game. There is no game. Although that seems counterintuitive.
There was also that movie with Michael Douglas called The Game, right?
Yeah.
Which also was somewhat loosely based on the idea that there is no game.
But I haven't seen that movie for a while.
Yeah.
It's not high on my Fincher list. Kayakin, now I'm coming around to your point of view. Wijk could just be better, no?
I mean, my one big question is exactly the move that Jordan played, because there seems to be no comfortable way of dealing with the threat of bishop takes h3, at least none that I can see, apart from maybe playing d5 or d takes e5. And neither of those
go here.
Yeah, king h5. Why am I ignoring king h2? Is there any way to punish it? Probably not. I mean, we could go knight hf4 and sort of.
This is not.
d4 is hanging. So yeah, in this exact setup, it feels like there is enough pressure against the pawn on d4 and the pawn on h3 to perhaps force white to define things in the center. And if you do get white to define things in the center, you normally immediately feel a bit better about life.
This could get sharp. No, I have no idea how the Zen split doesn't work, but
yeah. In particular, in this position, yeah, this might become very sharp and very, very important to the evaluation of what's going on. Knight takes h3 still seems sort of semi-playable even here, weirdly. Like cd6, knight g5, for instance.
No, I thought it was alright.
Huge.
Where do you go? Knight g5?
I thought knight g5, yeah. Knight f4, d5, I couldn't really figure out what my move was. But after knight g5, I mean, maybe knight takes e5 is strong, though. Once again, normal disclaimer, we are like 5 moves into a very non-forcing line. None of this will happen, but it's a curious continuation to discuss. Huh. Probably not, though. Rook e5, knight e5. But yeah, I don't believe in it myself. It's a kind of a funny looking idea, but I'm guessing bishop e2 wins. Ideas of knight g4 check and knight f3 check were kind of sensible, but I think bishop e2 just covers everything too efficiently. And then white consolidates and wins because we've given up too much material. But yeah, we shouldn't really get too carried away analyzing this. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
John 2125 Books is saying, I'll stay here no matter what, even if Jan starts to pretend to be a dictator or rapper to make himself look cool.
Why not both? Is my question.
Dictator rapper.
Yeah.
Is there a dictator rapper? That is an excellent question.
It feels like there
should be one, no?
An unexplored niche, right? There's not enough of that in the world. Has
Wycliffe, someone must have recorded this.
Has Wycliffe Jean actually been president of the country at some point?
No, he literally had a band member on the Fugees who was called Press. So I think you're mixing it up. There was Wycliffe and Press, not Wycliffe. The president.
Didn't he run? Pretty sure he ran, no?
Kanye sort of ran. Magnus Carlsen, famous rapper.
He ran in the 2010 presidential campaign. I'm not entirely mad. But he didn't win, yeah?
Same we would have heard of President Wijk.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let us. He was shot while campaigning. Didn't know that. Wycliffe is told he cannot enter race to be president of Haiti.
Their loss.
I had no idea about any of this.
Now, I remember that was a story, but I kind of, as usual, lost track of it midway and never really followed up.
Yeah.
We've been stuck on this position for a bit, and Sergei hasn't played King H2 yet. I think we are definitely in favor of him playing King H2, though, because I think the choice here is some kind of madness like the one we've just described, or him going... What do you think is more likely, d5 or d takes c5? D takes c5 here.
I don't like d5 on general grounds.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much that helps, but yeah, neither is very tempting. But if we're forced to do something, my first instinct would be to look at DE and then something not at d5.
Yeah, but those positions do seem to be kind of okay for black. We might even get... The question there would be if black actually wants to get a pair of knights off the board before recapturing on e5, because I think knight e5 pretty much forces you to take on e5 anyway. And then we start aiming our knights at the d4 square somehow via the e6 square, and yeah, how bad can this be is very much a valid question to ask about all of these positions.
Well, the knight could get stuck here, no?
Yeah, maybe it's a tiny bit worse, but like, I mean, queen e7, knight f6, bishop e6, even those positions, it's just so solid structurally that I don't think we're ever in too much trouble here with black. You know, drop it back to a8, play knight f6, bishop e6. Don't know. My feeling would be that it's not going to be a disaster. And just on that note, Sergei plays d4, d5, which I also kind of disliked, but I think he probably disliked everything else more.
Computers like it, so probably I'm just wrong. It's, yeah, always feels like if you fill out this exchange and go for this structure, things could go wrong. He's very well suited to meet any attacks, though, with a bishop on f1.
Yeah, absolutely. He goes like queen e3 and then goes g3, g3, knight g2, bishop, yeah, king h2, whatever, and starts pushing on the queen side. Yeah, my original impression was just, I think as it was yours, was that we can take on e3, probably play c6, c5, and get a kind of a King's Indian in which we traded off the better bishop, the one bishop that we wanted to trade off. We actually got off the board, and the rest.
Totally arguing these knights look pretty, but they could get stuck. Yeah, actually, it would be nice to get rid of one, because both, whenever white goes g3.
Yeah, which is probably now actually. Yeah. Yeah, and then I mean a3 b4 is slow and it doesn't win the game necessarily, but it will happen, and black will have to defend. So yeah, a solid choice by Sergei, I guess. What's our current favorite in terms of, you know, the likeliest game to be a proper slugfest? It's still the Caruana game, right? Despite it seemingly being very slow.
Oh, Fabi, he's up to h4, g4. He wants to do something. No, king h1. Or
yeah, h1 very much an indication of some sort of shenanigans coming up. Probably rook g1, g4, bishop h3, g5, something like that, yeah?
Yeah.
Kind of, you know, the closest recent relative to this is the game Karyakin won on demand against Sam Shanklin in the World Cup. But that's a very different position. The bishop is on h7 here, and it was on b7 there. It participates in the defense. It creates more pressure against the white king side. I think all in all, Black is just so much better equipped here to not be behind in the race. Also, b5 is already happening. Like, b5 can be played straight away. And White has to react to it somehow.
Anish in good shape, Gara taking big risks here against the Dutch number one. And a man who usually does great in his home tournament. Shared first last time, I think the year before as well. He hasn't won it, but he's always up there in the fight for first place. So this time around, sitting on -1, Anish Giri won't be thrilled. Maybe today is his chance. Sam Shankland against Pragnanda. Is it still going? Sam is still wrestling with the inevitable, yeah?
Yeah, Queen e3 is a draw for, by this point. He's already played it once in this position, and well, nobody can claim yet, but if he goes Queen e3 here, score sheets can be signed after Prag does the well-established routine of writing Queen b6, a5 on the score sheet and calling for an arbiter, or they could just agree a draw. This is not a very strict Sofia rules tournament. Yeah, as we've expected, you know, bravery in the eyes, yes. Game continuing very far past this point, probably no.
No bravery. I'm also being informed that Kim Jong-un is a great rapper. Could very well be.
Would not be surprised. There's really no limit to what that man can do.
If we have any North Korean viewers, maybe they could confirm, because I don't think the stuff has been released. But yeah, I do not doubt it.
Yep. Dubov, in the meantime, showing us how it's done by actually immediately rerouting the very poor knight on c3 towards better squares by putting it back in the box and going knight b1, yeah, aiming obviously for knight to knight b3.
I kind of Gary had it all along.
Yeah, I kind of expected e3 knight e2, which I thought was the more natural way to play this position, but I guess this has the added advantage of attacking the pawn on c6 right now, leaving Black with less time to coordinate and perhaps create some counterplay. I'm not really enjoying this very much for Black. This might be quite annoying. Like, if the knight actually gets to b3, this might be very annoying for Black. Rook f6 played. I think we go knight g2 at tempo. a5 exists, but I don't know if that does enough. Even if we just go a3. Maybe we take and go rook a4 and say that we've
go a4 and
yeah, a4 and stop the knight, yeah. That is a good point, yeah. That is maybe exactly how he is planning to proceed here.
Still, Black position does feel shaky, no? Like
yeah, I was trying to calculate some tactics here with knight b3, but I don't think they work necessarily. Because yeah, queen b3 is just not enough of a threat. And I can go rook a7. Knight g7 is definitely a threat, but I can go rook a7 and
no progress.
Yeah, White probably isn't worse even here, but
yeah, not winning.
Should be a defendable position.
Right. There are some questions about the Chess24 North Korea connections. I'm not sure I'm at liberty to talk about all of it, but there is a Danish cook called Peter Heine N, who's been sent out to, you know, befriend people. Do you see that documentary?
No.
Is that a German thing? No, I don't think it is. No, this Danish cook who became friends with the highest levels of North Korean government. It's amazing.
But why would he Why would he do that? What's the big idea?
No, he got to go to some pretty exciting places. I highly recommend it. I'm not sure if maybe it's a German-Danish thing. It's a German documentary. Yeah, okay. I should translate it. The Mole. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah. Sheriff Woody Guthrie feels like we need to get some basics explained to us. So he says North Korea is bad. That is a very, very hot take. I don't think I've ever heard that viewpoint expressed as succinctly as you've just done.
So what's happening in the Masters? The top game is developing sort of slowly. Not so much the position, but the speed of moves being made, which is why we haven't covered it that much. B5, B3, Rapport finally decided to go bishop B7, takes. Now Magnus will think about queen takes, or I guess the more likely, some knight trying to grab this pawn. Maybe knight e5 is an option as well. Nah, not here. So there's that. Jan Krzysztof Duda blitzed out the first 25 moves. The Duda lab has, I'm not sure if they got a hold of Lawrence Trent's notes, but it seems to me like the prep made a giant step forward, and he's incredibly well prepared now, Mr. Jan Krzysztof.
Yep. And I think this still is the first line. Queen d4 is a very logical move here, preparing to meet queen h8 with f5. But you can be clever here with white, and you can play queen b8, I think. I briefly saw it on my screen earlier. Trying to force the d4 queen to abandon its post on the long diagonal, and if queen takes c5, we go queen h8 then. And it's a hugely improved version of that position with the habitual 0-0-0.
I'm being informed that the documentary I was talking about is Danish-British, The Mole. Documentary from BBC and Danish TV. I highly recommend it if you can get a hold of it. It's very, very fun. Or fun is maybe wrong. Very interesting.
And in the meantime, Sam has accepted the inevitable, and that game is over, as we've expected. So both of them seem to be very well prepared, but I guess you have to say that Prague probably was the slightly better prepared of the two, because I'm pretty sure he had...
Black makes a forced draw, he wins the prep battle, no?
Yeah. No, I mean, sometimes both of them kind of know this is how the game ends, and it's just a check for white to see if, let's say, Prague in this case knows the entire line. But I think Sam took a bit too long to play queen e3 on moves 24 and thereafter for it to have been the entirety of his prep as well.
So you would have been impressed with his prep if he had blitzed out the draw?
More impressed, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a reasonably normal thing these days when, like, you try something new, you do know it doesn't exactly work if your opponent makes a series of best moves, so you kind of gamble on them not having checked that properly. And
if Rachul is asking, is this line CCC approved? Yeah, that was the point I was trying to make earlier. This is exactly how we play in the CCC. You play some very long forced theoretical lines that look very sharp, but you check them with your computer, and you know the worst thing that can happen is your opponent fights a lot of precise moves, and it's a draw. That's exactly how we do it. I don't think Sam is necessarily CCC material, but that's very much the approach. Yep. We call it semi-bluffs, but it's really just, cruising.
Yeah.
Semi-bluffs with an E, not semi-bluffs. In the meantime, Niels has played g5.
I thought that's very curious to me, because I was trying to figure out why he played queen f6, forcing white to make a move that they probably want to make a play anyway. And I thought he wanted to go f4. And then g5, g4, trying to actually win the pawn on d4, not trade it for something. But he chose to ruin his structure completely, but probably just win the pawn on d4 in every single line. There is a way to play, like you can play b5 here, and if a takes b5, which is actually not forced, g5, g4 exists in reply, but a b5, bishop b5, g4, bishop takes c6 maybe preserves the pawn on d4, but it's extremely risky for a number of reasons. I mean, gf is playable, bc followed by something is also like bc 95, queen, rook a6 maybe, and then rook fa8, and then we continue pushing on the king side. All of these positions are very unbalanced and very sharp. But normally after g5, I guess white takes on g5. I don't know which of the captures is more natural. Probably getting the queens off the board is not horrible, right? So queen takes, knight takes d4 exists in this position, but I think queen takes g5 is stronger.
Why?
I thought queen f6, and then which one do you take? Probably f3, right? Otherwise I get a very nice blockade.
Yeah,
this doesn't look very attractive, like knight fd4 and knight d. I don't know which one is better, but both of them look quite attractive. So we take on f3, I guess, yeah. But I think queen g5 is just stronger. Knight g5, knight d4. I guess rook ac1 is semi-forced. And yeah, but there's definitely plenty of play here. Who knows what this is?
So many options. Yeah, this looks decent for black at the very least. No?
Mm-hmm. And Mickey Deckett says, Peter Young, can you check Sam's game? Bishop d2 instead of queen b3 looks 2 pawns up. I did kind of wonder about that, but I would like to refer you to the fact that Prague at that point spent no time on any of his decisions. It's an interesting question though. Like if we bring it up for a second,
game is over.
Yeah, move 21. Yeah. If you play bishop d2 here, bishop a5 is not a transposition because queen takes b5 exists. So clearly this is a whole different line. And it might be a more critical line, as a matter of fact, yeah.
Also, didn't Prague spend some time?
Yeah, maybe he has, yeah. I think he didn't spend very much time, but he definitely spent some time.
Yeah, it was sad.
This looks like a more critical try, honestly. Yeah, that's a good sport line. Mickey Deckett. And
maybe that's what Sam's file did say. Sometimes, yeah. Things get mixed up in the heat of the battle.
Mm-hmm. Pretty sure this is not unplayable for black, but it does appear to ask more pressing questions than the move Sam chose.
All right. Kayakin Jorn seems to be headed down the path we talked about. c5 was played, g3 was played. a4, Jorn not willing to just sit and wait for queenside onslaught. Yeah, these positions, growing up, I always thought Kings Indians, kind of still think that way, without dark square bishops, have to be good for black. But computers often disagree, and they just say, well, we still have the space, we're not getting mated, white is better. Which I guess is the case here. I still think that black is sort of all right, even playing slowly and then
exactly. Yeah,
visiting f5.
I'm not sure we even need to push for f5 necessarily. We could just push forever, because sometimes it kind of results in white using the e4 square to more effect than you can use the opening of the f file. Yeah, doesn't seem unplayable at all to me, but we've seen the engine hates it with a vengeance, at least originally. So yeah, clearly.
I'm also a bit surprised by the last move, knight d2, because once again, this conventional King's Indian knowledge is always in these structures where as c4, c5 is played, the knight has nothing to do. On d2, it only goes there. If we can still go c5, knight c4 later, and these structures, if we're going to move it, we want it on d3 to help with operations like f4 or b3, b4. So knight d2, somewhat surprising move to me.
Yeah. And I saw a question. We normally don't switch to the challengers this early in the show, but there's been a very interesting kind of theoretical development, which we don't need to discuss it properly, but Daniel Darda today against Jonas Bull Bjerre played against the knight. He played bishop g5. That was responded to with knight bd7. And he just played bishop g5 e3 in response, which I find kind of hilarious. And he is currently doing very well. So even if it is a gimmick, it's clearly a gimmick that has every right to exist, but still find it very, very hilarious. Just, straight up claiming knight bd7 is such a horrible move that I can let you make it and then make one more. And I'm still very happy you misplaced your piece like this.
Gotta go knight b8 here.
Yeah, and the game actually continued in a very interesting fashion even from here, right? Because
I've seen stuff like a4 here, switching plans, saying no, but the knight is here, but bishop e3 it's nice.
Yeah, because
now it already looks pleasant for what.
Well, also the Kasparov-Shirov exchange sacrifice without the weakened d5 square is also quite notable here. I'm not sure I like g7, g6 here, though. I would be very tempted to try and play e6 in every single case, because I think stopping knight d5 jumps has to be priority number one. But yeah, g6 before queen c7, queen a1, bishop g7, queen a4 check looks very, very interesting, and might also be quite good because queen d7, bishop b5 is kind of lost for black, I would assume. Knight d7, knight d5 looks lost-ish as well. Yeah, very close to being lost as well. So you have to play king f8, I guess. And then white, I guess, goes knight d5 and says, I have tremendous positional compensation. I probably am doing exceptionally well.
Knight never does anything, no?
Yeah. Well, this looks very
landing
interesting.
here seems almost
possible. Yeah. So a very interesting concept today by Daniel Darda. Probably the reaction is not the best reaction to the new idea, but still, I think a very satisfying first outing for the bishop g5, bishop 3. At least to my eyes, the first outing. Maybe it's been around for a while, but I was not aware of it.
I've always argued that Daniel Darda is the most creative DD we've ever seen in openings.
Low-key, the most controversial statement you've ever made on this show. Or, I mean, maybe not controversial, but like
Shuvalova.
Yeah, the wrongest statement you've ever made on this show.
Okay, too. Against Lucas van Forest. Shuvalova, one of the two female participants. If she wasn't, I'd be making Mr. Shuvalova references a lot, but can't do it. Playing with the black piece here against Lucas van Forest, Jorn van Forest, younger brother, also a former Dutch champion.
This is a very, very central line, right?
This
and,
is theory, yeah.
But
normally the Avro book.
Yeah, normally they don't give up the a7 pawn, though, right?
I guess they start with this normally to trap the queen. There's also a debate here if you should go rook c8 or a6, but I think rook c8 is supposed to be fine. Can't say I know a lot about the subtleties here. Queen b5 and then queen a4. Because usually the queen goes here. What is happening?
Rook a4 is currently threatened, but feels like the queen should be able to come back.
You can do this.
Maybe even just this way. Yeah, and the issue with these types of sacrifices is that currently black looks like they have the better development and more active pieces, but the structure is so solid that I think white normally consolidates very, very easily, and then at some point you start asking yourself, why do I not have both of my queenside pawns? And what's happening in the all Indian duel at the top of the? They're discussing some very topical Italian, the c3 d4 Italian, probably the absolute main line of that opening, as it currently stands. What's your opinion on this sort of type of structure?
I always tried to avoid it with black, but I'm not sure how bad it really is. Computer usually gives a small advantage for white, and I've never really felt too tempted to question it. Magnus played it once or twice. He's run into some trouble in this stuff, mainly in Rapid against Wesley in the Champions Chess Tour. I don't know. I was never a big fan of it. Like, black is solid, of course, but it takes some time to get the pieces where they belong. And I felt white had some play on the king side. So I was looking for more direct solutions against this. But not saying white is winning or anything. If you trust yourself to defend this, by all means.
Yeah, I've never been a fan either, but it feels like in practice, at least in sort of high-level practice, black, I think, survives more often than they don't. So I guess it's just my dislike for giving up the bishop pair so easily.
Surviving more often than they don't should go for most half-decent openings, no?
Also that, yeah. When we're talking about games between very strong players of similar skill, yeah. Draw is obviously a heavy favorite, regardless of the opening.
Yeah, still is here. Ganguly, great theoretician, as we know. He probably did think about this. However, both sides seem to be taking a lot of time. Yeah, I would have thought, with all these pieces on the board and the king slightly vulnerable, I wouldn't feel that comfortable. Obviously, black has good pieces. The knight can go here. The bishop is fine. But yeah, not a big fan, but it might be more a matter of taste than anything else.
And there's also heavily theoretical, I guess, Yurtayev is the way to, I think we're supposed to call it the Yurtayev in the Murzin one-win game up top there. I sort of recognize the structure.
Oh, the Endgame, yeah, I know this line.
Yeah. Also appears to be very, very central right now. A lot of practice recently starting from this position, even though like you probably have to question exactly how forcing any of this is, but
but it's quite forcing.
Yeah, exactly.
H3, this was considered to be somewhat more pleasant for white for a while, but they used to play castles, and then I think it was Grishuk, I'm not sure if he was the first, Fabi as well. They started going for some very direct things here. Maybe Magnus even had an outing or two.
I think I gave it in my course as a potential alternative. I don't think I gave the entire line as the main line, but I did, I think, point out that this is possible. But I was very unsure as to how to assess all of these endgames, like the one that they're playing.
Probably in Lawrence's notes as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, those are exactly the notes that I've referenced earlier.
Someone won this, no? Was it maybe Duda against Vidit? Or...
Yeah. And Duda won that game, right?
I think so, yeah.
Was that
Computers obviously say 0-0-0, but yeah, if not clear if it's Duda Vidit World Cup, yeah, that's what I thought. If it's so easy to play. But I'm sure many a great player has notes quite deeply on this very topic.
Yeah, and these are very, very sharp endgames, obviously, because white still has a number of pawns surviving on the queen side, meaning that if the a6, I think what happened in the Duda game is that he managed to somehow pick up the a6 pawn, and black made a lot of progress on the king side, but not enough progress. And the a pawn, I think, ended up deciding the game. But getting to even attack it once is not that easy. And black, of course, will start pushing with like h5, h4, and so on. So black has kind of a two-pronged defense here. One is creating a lot of counterplay on the king side, and the other one would be, I don't know, just getting the king over to c6 and starting on the idea of just carefully trading away all of white's remaining pawns. I suspect if you ask the machine will say this is closer to a draw. But it's one of those closer to a draw positions which you need to play very, very precisely, and it's very easy to misplay.
Yep. Pretty sure it says 0-0, no? I don't know, it even likes black. Mine is 0-13. Yeah, it says black is fine. Now it's 0-0.
Yeah.
All right.
Back to the Masters, I guess. We'll keep an eye on developments, but Masters are where the main action is. So yeah, we have this
Magnus.
We have this position on the screen, which you have to somewhat wonder why a tempo has been spent on bishop b7 instead of castles, but I'm pretty sure Magnus would not have taken on c4 twice if black just castled. Some other options would have been explored. Bishop a6 continues to be an annoying threat here. So how do we deal with that? Just queen c4, c1 preemptively, or?
It's a little sad.
It is, yeah. It's not the most fun move in existence.
How big of a threat is bishop a6?
Pretty big, I think. Maybe we can... No, but a3... Yeah, maybe a3, but bishop a6 is now probably not great because after queen c1, black appears to be losing material since queen 6 check is a problem. But a3 is just such a non-move. Forcing black to play knight bd5, I think, is probably not what we want to be spending tempi on.
I don't know. If we stabilize, can we be slightly better?
Yeah, h6, knight f6, and yeah, I don't know how how unpleasant this is. It would be quite unpleasant, actually. Yeah? Rook fc1, e3, knight e1, whatever. As long as we prevent c5 from happening here, black hasn't really equalized.
Usual Catalan debate. We can stop d5. With white having more pawns in the center, he tends to have some pressure. German chess boy is saying apparently Kayakin is winning now.
I think that's
winning. Whoa.
Probably
Why?
A statement.
Why so much advantage engine? Some knight b5 is happening or what?
Absolutely unclear to me why that should be winning. Yeah, we can include bishop b2, knight f6 at any point. I don't know what that does, apart from improving the black position. Maybe we just open stuff, like maybe we can go b4 here or something, and try to open the queen side while the pawn on d6 is still hanging.
Big deal.
Rook, whichever rook b1, I don't know. We saw some rook to b1, eb1, I guess, yeah. This one I don't really like very much for black, but I have a feeling that both b6 and also even the unbelievably depressing a takes b3 is maybe not losing. Just go ab, takes, go king f8, king e7, knight f6, knight e8, eventually play bishop d7. It'll take us a long, long time before we actually get to play bishop d7, but how does white make any progress?
Okay. Go for the next b4 round?
Yeah, maybe.
Time to... Yeah, okay, I can start with knight b5, rook d8 blitzed out, and once again he has this choice. I need to have another bathroom break.
Absolutely, yeah, let me take the wheel and try to talk about things. Yeah, I think winning is both the winning claim and the blunder, horrible move by Jordan here is very, very subjective and probably not the engine's first choice. But in terms of structure, I think black is very much incentivized to get the queens off the board here because it gives them more leeway. Like specifically the plan of king f8, king e7. Hang on. So yeah, this plan, with the queens on the board, obviously you're a lot less happy centralizing your king like this, but if the queens get traded, getting the king to e7 and then playing bishop d7 and stabilizing that way is very much on the agenda, and optically this doesn't really look all that horrible for Jordan at all. I don't know why machines dislike it this much. Things kind of sharpened up in the Giri game, because after b5, which I very much expected, Fabi played knight d4, attacking the pawn on c6, and Anish replied to that by saying, "Don't care, you can take it if you want." I assume his idea is to play queen e8, and if ba4, just play knight b6, and then pick up the pawn on a4. And this is what we were talking about with Jan, is the point of these structures is that White, basically, the only attacking move White made so far is this move king g1, h1, which really isn't much of an attacking move at all. And in the meantime, stuff is already happening on the queen side, which is going to be quite annoying and quite difficult to deal with. So it feels like Black is just kind of comfortably winning the race in terms of who gets their patented counterplay up and running quicker. If White goes in this position, b takes a4 in response, I'm not sure we play knight b6 anyway. It's a playable move, but I don't really like closing down the b file like this. So I want to say that even bishop takes d4, and c5 should be a very playable alternative here, pushing the bishop back. It probably goes all the way back to a1, so as not to get attacked by rook a b8. But in this position, once again, like rook b4 is happening very quickly. f4, f5. First of all, I'm not sure how easy it is for White to actually make that work without having to sacrifice stuff. And secondly, even let's say if you imagine White getting there, I think a decent argument can be made for Black just completely ignoring it, playing, I don't know, d5, d4, fe, or something like that. And there's still no particular attack, and the pawn on a4 is about to drop off. So this is now getting sharper because obviously White gets some counterplay, but it's a very, very committal play from Fabi. So yeah, I think Anish is doing quite well. We got that sequence correct in the Magnus game. Magnus did indeed play a to a3 after knight b4, to which, unsurprisingly, Richie replied with knight d5, bishop g5 played. e2, e4 probably is a threat now, so... hang on. Yeah, there you go.
A fight. Over the mouse here. Apologies, I just had to unmute myself.
Yeah, I just
here we are.
So yeah, h6 is playable. We probably don't have to play h6 yet, because I think maybe if we castle e4, knight b6 might be okay for Black. We probably aren't losing to the threat of e2, e4 yet, but Magnus also is completely unforced to go e4 straight away. Knight bd2 will be a very logical move instead. And yeah, looks like White probably is a little bit better. Maybe not a huge deal, but definitely a little bit better. A little bottle of water, as the everybody's favorite Merle clip goes. What are you? You're also muted, but yeah, I think that's probably on purpose. So that's this position. I no longer have the wheel, so I can't really switch between this or anything else. I will wait for Jan.
Where you want to go?
Yeah, nominate. Why has... okay, I've solved that problem. Duba found a very nice move after a5, ba, rook a5. He played rook c5. And now he can, for instance, play queen b3 check and knight f3. But I guess the move rook a6 specifically is a good preparation for it, because I think Andrei probably means to play king h8 and bishop d6 and start driving some of those pieces back. But it's a very precarious situation, I think, for Black, because if you lose some more control here, you might actually be in horrible, horrible trouble.
Feels very close to some tactic happening all the time, but somehow...
Absolutely, yeah. Feels
not
like...
there yet, apparently.
Feels like there should be something in the position which might be extremely strong, but... probably... yeah, like one example would be queen b3 check, king h8, and let's say knight c4 here. With the idea of b takes c4, rook takes c5. Which is maybe not even that stupid, I just doubt it does very much, but... this already indicates that there are some tactics in the air. But I suspect something like bishop c7 in this position is just fine, yeah. The issue is not that I blundered a piece, the issue is that I haven't created enough threats by being artificially clever here. Yeah, okay. Queen takes e5 covers b8, says Ferdinand CB, but it doesn't cover d8. For a second there, I thought I went completely mad, but no. That's a very strong suggestion, potentially. Yeah? GM Doodle says, we start with queen e3, force black to play rook e6, and then we go queen b3, tying everything up. This looks horrible for black. It's just very strong. And now queen b3, re-establishing the threat of rook takes e5, and also f5 pawn is hanging now. So the bishop can't really go anywhere comfortably. And now knight f3. This looks winning.
It looks good.
Looks very winningish, yeah. Might be a very problematic game for Andrei to get out alive with. Maybe you can still go rook a8 in this position. Try to consolidate that way. Rook 8, knight g5, rook f6, and we are somehow barely alive, I think. Oof. Maybe. But yeah, oof is a very appropriate reaction here. Looks like we're basically, one precise calculation away from having to resign here.
Yeah, it feels on the verge of disaster. Queen e3, queen b3 is beautiful. Not sure it's easy, but it's doable. And it's also pretty Dubovian position. No, like he has his Catalan structure, he has tactics, his king is reasonably safe. He'll be enjoying himself.
Yeah. There was a question, I don't know how serious, earlier in chat on if Vidit actually ends up winning this tournament, does he qualify for the candidates? This tournament is not part of any cycle. This tournament is just for pride, basically, and some money. But it's, at this point, easily the oldest and the most established, the most historied, if that's the word you can use, a classical tournament in the world. So there's plenty at stake, but no, it's not connected to any qualification to anything.
There's pride and money?
Yep. If Vidit wins, he qualifies for MDI 3, says Doji. I was wrong. There is something.
That is a tremendous honor.
Yep.
This game ended peacefully. Now, Dyarov probably did not enjoy his position greatly. Thought tournament has been going well. Let's not mess around. Niels, whose tournament hasn't been going great, but he managed to make a draw against Magnus with the black pieces last round. Now stabilizing. Back-to-back draws against world-class players. Not sure if he could have continued here, / should have continued here. Now Dyarov continues his policy. If in doubt, offer a draw. He started with 3 draws in sort of sharp positions. Then I think picked up 2 wins. Was it 2?
Yeah, he won.
One against Duda was kind
4
of
and 5, yeah.
Surprising. And now he's back to drawing in unclear positions.
Yeah, and the chat kind of was slightly, chiding me for discounting Hastings in the conversation about the oldest classical tournament in the world. And in terms of simple longevity, I guess maybe I was wrong, but with all the duest respect to Hastings, the tournaments are really these days not in the same category.
Yeah, a lot of the super tournaments that used to be staples in the chess calendar have disappeared most prominently. Linares.
Yeah,
so yeah, this is the one, still going strong.
Yeah, Linares is gone. Dortmund is still around in some fashion.
Yeah,
Amsterdam used to be like Amsterdam never really got established as much as some of the others, right? There were very, very strong tournaments in Amsterdam, but I'm guessing maybe of the ones that really disappeared, it has to be Linares, and then maybe number 2 will be Tilburg. which had been going for quite a while and then just abruptly disappeared when the sponsors decided, okay, enough with this chess nonsense. Let's do
the Ember.
Else. Yeah, and of course the
tournament. But
yeah,
good payday for the players at the very least, and very entertaining.
Yeah, nothing but the fondest memories of the Melody Ember tournaments. But they were exhibitions. They were not really exactly in the same category. Even though in terms of strength of field, they were maybe stronger than some of the Wijks, maybe even all of the Wijks, considering that the formula there was like the top 10, and then Luc Van Veli and some other local favorites, maybe.
Which was that, Wijk or Melody Ember, or both?
Melody Ember. No, I'm saying that in terms of like
that different from Wijk.
I think Wijk always had more than, like, I don't think they kept as fixedly to the idea of just inviting the first 10 if they could get them. It was slightly more mixed.
Yeah.
And Melody Ember, I mean, Kasparov never played, so they never really got the absolute first 10. Gary was always very much against. I think he was sort of on the record.
My fault. Too exhausting. Dangerous.
No, I think, honestly, knowing how good he is at chess, I don't think it was that. I think he just genuinely thought it was a bit of a, circusy. He didn't like the exhibition, the exhibition aspect of it. He felt that chess is serious business and should not be played for, shits and giggles, which I disagree with, but...
Fairly certain he's on the record saying that, blindfold cost too much energy as well, but it might have been. I'm not sure which one was.
Possibly a combination of the two, but it's very difficult for me to imagine him actually struggling to play blindfold. In recent years, now that he's nearing 60, I've had enough conversations with him about chess to have absolutely no doubt about his ability to play chess blindfolded. I can't follow. I have to actually, if I talk to him about chess, I have to close my eyes and concentrate really, really hard not to just lose the position instantly. He's way too fast for me, even now. And those tournaments are 20 years, they've been running from late 90s until mid 2010s.
Yeah, no. I don't think anybody doubts that Kasparov could have done it. I'm not sure what his reasons were, but he was a notable absence from all these events. What were we talking about? The super tournaments that disappeared.
That was the topic that brought us there. Looks like the Duda game is now. And Krzysztof is faced with a bit of a dilemma, because King f7 will just be instantly met by Queen h5 check, and there will be a repetition. Or you can play something like Queen e5 here, and perhaps try to play for a win by trying to force White to trade queens, and then your pawns on a4 and b4 might be very dangerous. But I think the issue is King g1. I think the biggest issue is just King g1 after Queen e5. And I don't think you get this position. This position I would be extremely interested in with Black. But unpinning the rook probably forces you to play Queen e1, Queen e5 again. And so obviously a very successful outing for the semi-Tarash again for Duda. He clearly knew quite a lot, and he is now trying to find a way to continue playing for a win. But looks like you probably have to take the draw here.
Right. Magnus got a position. I think we talked about this position or something very, very close to it.
We had something.
A3. Fighting as bishop a6. We debated if this was anything or not. I don't know. It looks like a little something. Not that Black is in trouble, but c5 hasn't happened yet, so the game is still going.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And as someone correctly pointed out in chat, in the Duda game, Queen e5 actually drops the b4 pawn after Queen h4 check, so it actually doesn't seem like a winning attempt.
Good point.
Yeah, you're probably not much worse anyway because rook on g3 is so awkward. But yeah, it doesn't look like a winning attempt. Bill is still there. Yeah, people are still discussing the tournaments. Bill is still there. It's been having ups and downs, but in general, Bill is still there. Las Palmas disappeared. Dos Hermanas disappeared, but they weren't. Las Palmas was only really held. Like, at least in my mind, there isn't that much history to Las Palmas. There was this one tournament which was...
Yeah, to my mind, there's Las Palmas whenever it was 96 or something. But
I thought 95 or 96, yeah, one of those years. Probably 96, as you said, which was at the time by far the strongest tournament in chess history. I think they got the top 6 to play, right? So it was...
Yeah, it was category 22 or whatever with the top 6 double round robin.
No.
There used to be a thing, though, in the late 90s, these top 6 or 6 super strong players, double round robins, which more or less disappeared. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, not happening very much anymore. But honestly,
would be fun to everyone, no? Just for a change. Let's get Magnus, Alireza, Fabi, Ding. Who else is top 6?
Jan probably these days, and
yeah, Jan.
And yeah, somebody. Yeah, we can just check.
Let's look at the live.
We don't need to. We don't need to guess.
Yeah,
GCT is somewhat like that.
Is number 5 right now.
Shah, yeah. But it's actually very, very tight below Fabi. The difference there is like Shah, Jan, Lev, and West.
All 1 point.
Are all within 1 point of each other. Yes. So.
Rapport also joining the gang. But yeah, any of these in a double round robin, all play all, I'd watch.
I mean, like, yes, I think
we haven't seen them together that often, no? Especially now with the rise of Alireza. Ding has been very active recently. The top 4, how many tournaments have they played in together?
Not that many, but in general, I think there's definitely been a reasonably vocal outcry against these, not the top 6 and nobody else, but the idea of the absolute top players playing against each other over and over again, I think has at some point started being met with quite serious opposition, because it does lead to the same openings being discussed over and over again, and the decisive game count is normally lower than most people like, and so on. But
CUH, let's give them a chance. Magnus, Alireza, Ding, Fabi, with, you think, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Mavdyarov, you think we get the same openings over and over?
Probably not. No. You don't have to really convince me, because I'm sort of on board with extremely strong round robins. But I am, once again, not very representative as part of the viewing audience. I like the theoretical discussions and the topical openings, in particular, since I don't have to participate in them anymore. As an observer, I don't mind that at all. And yeah, I don't dislike the current World Championship structure. I'm still a dinosaur in very many respects. I'm sort of less of a dinosaur in terms of my own playing preferences, because I definitely do prefer to play shorter time controls.
What is your favorite dinosaur?
Triceratops?
Triceratops? Okay.
Fishosaurus Rex would be a good callback. If I'm allowed a callback to that. Yeah, the Widget Duda game in the meantime did finish with that repetition, so we have now 3 games finished in a draw. Dubov did find Queen E3, so yeah, Yesipenko in a great deal of trouble, it would seem.
A lot of Triceratops hats in the chat, so I didn't expect that.
Apparently, Triceratops is basically food for the more dynamic choices for your favorite dinosaur, so people are not altogether on board with that choice. But
Triceratops wasn't easy food, though, right?
Yeah, they were
a good defender.
That was sort of exactly the point of that breed, right? That they were well armored.
Daniil went for queen e3, queen b3, putting pressure. Looks
Yeah,
like
I guess you have to play something like maybe king h8, knight f3, and maybe bishop f6, trying to trade the f5 pawn for the e2
what
pawn.
happened to rook a8?
I'm feeling it might lose to some. I don't know what, but maybe this is a bit better because I think we're covering more squares here, and we are just hinting we might have some counterplay at some point. But honestly, I hate all of it. I hate this one. I hate the other one either. Because here, I think if white goes e3, we probably have to play g6, and this thought doesn't really fill me with, too much glee either.
Well, the bishop covers, no? Go back.
Bishop does cover, but I don't. Seriously, I mean, you're just kind of asking me to clarify statements which should be.
You're a Leningrad Dutch player. This is what you're hoping for in the Leningrad Dutch, no?
I'm a Leningrad Dutch player. That's what I get for my sins, eh? I played it for one tournament.
Exactly.
and now
Ask chat for how many tournaments they played the Leningrad Dutch.
Yeah.
By the way, I see a lot of favorite dinosaurs in the chat, but I still haven't seen the correct answer, which is obviously Iguanodon. So I'm a bit disappointed.
Why is that so obvious?
It's the only positive dinosaur. With all this negativity around, you want a guy who's living his life thumbs up, and that's clearly the Iguanodon. Big fan.
Okay.
Queen b3. I read that king f8 is a computer move. That looks.
I think that's
weird.
Impossible to play in a practical game like it. I don't think.
Also, I still don't believe it. Why?
Why exactly? Yeah. But mainly, I mean, unless king h8 loses by force, I don't think anybody goes king f8 in this position.
No one does that.
Yeah, I think the only way you actually get to see this move.
So you should get banned if you play king f8.
Pretty much, yeah. You should immediately get like wandered. Yeah, an arbiter should politely invite you to come over and spread. Imo
Suji is trying to break my heart. First of all, he's saying Iguanodon was mentioned a few minutes ago, and now he's saying it didn't have a spike on the thumb. That was a mistake by the 19th century scientists. All these new dinosaur facts I'm not enjoying. I also heard that T-Rexes were overweight and they moved at the same speed as humans, and their feared roar was really more of a high-pitched. So all these new dinosaur facts I'm not on board with. I like the dinosaur education I got in the 80s, and I do not acknowledge any of the new facts. If you want to believe in alternative facts, by all means. Feathers, yeah.
I don't quite understand that statement. Moose JG says, "Okay, close stream. We are now a dinosaur fact channel." Yes, we are, but why would that prompt you to close the stream? I don't see what the connection is. That's an obvious improvement.
Doesn't like dinosaurs. King h8 played by Yesipenko.
And apparently
King f8 even if it was good. No places.
Apparently it wasn't very good, and we are not very surprised. Yeah. Knight f3 looks like the most obvious move in the position. I'm sure you can play some other moves, but why would you? The knight definitely needs to start getting to better squares. What else is going on?
How's my boy Jordan doing?
Well, I'm guessing machines severely dislike this, but for me, this doesn't look horrible at all. This looks like a kind of a position you kind of defend grimly, but you do defend it. The bishop on f1 is very, very stupid. You can try getting it to trade for something via the g4 square, but black probably has ways to make it difficult. I guess we go king g2 here and we wait for you to play knight e8 and then we try to play bishop g4. That would be the plan. It's maybe not even such a bad plan. I don't know, rook b2, rook b1 here, whatever.
Kind of distractible with this.
Yeah, that as well, yeah. No, honestly, I don't quite understand the computer hate for this position. It seems very, very solid and quite difficult for white to improve in any kind of a meaningful way.
Jake Lone's asking, if you would compare Jordan with a dinosaur, which dinosaur would you pick? Jordan, to my mind, he's a velociraptor. He's skinny, he's fast, he's young, he's ambitious, he bites. He changed his name from Deinonychus because he thought velociraptor sounded cooler. So yeah, that's my choice.
He changed his name from what to what exactly?
Oh, you don't know the great velociraptor lie?
No, I thought Jordan changed his name from something to something. And
yeah. Jordan's original name is also Deinonychus, like velociraptor.
I was not aware of that. And in the meantime, in the World Champions game, black actually pushed c7, c5. But possibly at the cost of the a7 pawn, which is a bit confusing. Can't we take? I guess Richard just didn't like the idea of defending this passively. Maybe bishop d5 or something, and then rook a8 is a threat, and we try to win the a3 pawn back in return.
We don't get quite enough for the queen, do we?
Probably not, yeah, I don't know how exactly.
I guess this falls so
e4 exists here, which is maybe why we want to take with the bishop and go knight b6 maybe, to actually make sure that we pick it up next move. White is still completely fine. You know, you probably prefer white here after a4, a5, but
yep.
Black probably defends this position, you would assume. It's playable though. Yeah, it's definitely an option.
Chat is accusing me of trolling. I know what you're talking about. I'm just dropping dinosaur knowledge here.
Absolutely. Give me a moment to stretch. I'll be back in like
sure.
Tiny bit.
We'll use Peter stretching for studying the status quo. We have 3 draws. Leader Vidit was neutralized by excellent preparation from Jan Krzysztof Duda, who frankly should be one of the co-leaders, but he did lose that heartbreaking game to Shahryar Mamediyarov. Other than that, Duda has looked excellently prepared in this event, blitzed out all the moves until here, and had no problem making a draw against Vidit. Mamediyarov, himself one of the co-leaders, offered a draw to Niels Grandelius in this position, which I guess Mamediyarov didn't like very much, chose not to tempt fate or Niels. And Niels stabilizing after a rough start with half a point out of 4. Now he's made 2 draws back-to-back against Carlsen and Mamediyarov with the black pieces. So things improving a little bit. For Mr. Grandelius, we also have a draw in Shankland against Pragnananda. Theoretical debate where we're not sure if Sam mixed up something here after queen b3. It seems to be a forced draw with this move repetition. But instead, he could have played bishop to d2, which appears to require further study. At the very first glance, seemed like computers preferred white here, but I'm sure it's just the beginning. So that means we still have 4 games ongoing, and things could happen in all of them. Where's Sergei Karjakin, former vice world champion of the world in the year 2016? Although the Russia Twitter account tweeted 2018 when they recently congratulated him for, I think, his birthday. Goes to show that Sergei Karjakin is an important man at Russia, tweeting out congratulations. He's somewhat better, according to the engine, much better here against Jordan van Foreest. We struggled to see what the big deal is, but computer keeps saying, white is better, just accept it. Rook coming here, maybe knight going back. And yeah, some pressures there. Rook a3 played. Not easy for Jordan to keep everything covered on the queen side. We have a great battle where I think Peter went there during my last break, but I haven't seen it for a while, between Anish Giri with the black pieces and Fabian Caruana. Where Fabi said, you know what, Anish, let's play chess. I know my Adiban. Anish says, so do I, and it's not that good. Anish got a great position here with the black pieces. Let's see if it improved. Computer is much in favor of black's chances. Somewhere around here. Gave black a serious advantage. Knight b6, knight a6. Bishop e7, Anish playing solidly. Pawn to f4, queen to d7. But now, computer is sort of changing his tune a little bit. And he's saying, nah, Anish, you played this a bit too slowly. White goes f5 now. What do you intend to do? I guess his point is if takes, that all of a sudden these bishops can spring to life. The knight can jump here. Some combination of bishop h3. I've been criticized in the past, and rightly so, for not being able to pronounce h3. Very hard for my German tongue to produce both of these sounds in rapid succession. But I promise I'll keep working on it. Peter, can you say h3 correctly, quickly? It's very tough for me.
h3. Not really. Is this the actual position?
No, but after being better for most of it, according to engines, now engines are turning on Anish and are saying f5 and Giri in trouble.
Yeah, in trouble is maybe slightly overstating it, but it looked to me like he was playing it a bit slower than it needed to be played. While you were, I think, on a previous little break, I got to that exact position, and I was arguing for bishop takes d4, move 20 instead of knight b6, which looked to me like it was generating counterplay faster.
There was also knight a6,
the immediate knight
was apparently very strong, threatening queen b6, and it's not easy for white to keep it all together, apparently.
Yeah, I mean the evaluation here is staggering considering it's
very, very happy with black.
Yeah, considering we don't have any extra material. Yeah, it says basically black is winning, which is quite remarkable. But yeah, now Fabi is doing quite well. Yeah, he pushes f5 as he should be doing, because he is still he has to play quicker here. He has to be as energetic as possible in this position. But now that black have to take ef, pushing c6, c5 is going to be much trickier because the pawn on d5 could be weak. And I think this is what the machine exploits by playing queen into f3. Rook f1 also playable, but I think the idea of queen f3 specifically is to heavily discourage the idea of c6, c5.
Fabi, maybe his master plan, after some anxious moments, is coming together after all. They play chess and hope Anish will do something wrong.
Yeah. In Sergei's game, I'm kind of wondering if maybe the reason the machines hate it so much is maybe White actually gets to win the pawn on a4, because he went rook a2, rook a3, sorry, rook e3, rook a3, and now he can just drop the knight back to c3. Maybe just go before b5, take on a4, and win that position slowly. Yeah, just pick that pawn up in at his leisure, and then push a4, knight b3, a5, and so on. And
I think it's leisure.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm making a mistake on purpose there.
Sorry. It's a callback to a popular plot point.
Rapport made an error, double exclamation mark.
The Dog Island. Leisure, like Lawrence's friend, Wijk.
Yes, absolutely. So what did happen in Magnus's game, just to...
I know, Chad, the leisure is a much debated topic here, because Peter learned his amazing English from the game. Leisure suit Larry. And it's a theme that will keep coming up.
Yes.
Apologies, we have too much chess for the leisure debate.
No such thing.
e4.
Yeah, apparently very strong.
Daniil. Why not Horsey?
Horsey also very strong, apparently.
Oh, no, just chill. Engine's running. Engine just says White is much, much better. Here, yeah, we can't do this because of pin. So it's hard to untangle.
Yeah.
But e4, it also likes.
Yeah, what he's done is also quite strong, and tellingly, the engine suggests just playing bishop f6 and giving up the pawn on f5, rather than, let's say, going after takes e4. I have a feeling after takes e4 might just be losing by fours, because after knight takes e4, there's an additional threat of rook e5, knight d6, which wasn't in the position. Yeah. Probably meaning that, yeah, black just collapses here. Even h6, I think, loses to the same thing. Yeah, and Richie played bishop takes f3, which was not what we expected. I think we assumed he will play bishop d5 there. So what's the response? Taking with the knight makes it easier for us to recapture on d4 with the queen next move, but it does allow rook a8. And taking with the bishop stops rook a8 altogether, but allows c takes d4. So this is the choice. Not sure which one I like best without calculating.
What should black do? Sorry, I didn't catch them.
Well, here I think we go rook a8 and cd4. Otherwise, I just don't understand what we're playing for.
We played for.
It kind of looks horrible, but maybe we're not losing. And he's taken with the bishop. And here, I guess black goes c takes d5. And he just wants to play, I don't know, knight c4, knight e4 or something, and just claim, not unreasonably, that the outside passer is going to be a huge factor in the future. Maybe rook c6, rook a8 is annoying, so. Not sure what the best move is, but the general themes that we'll be exploring for the rest of the game are quite obvious.
There are some justified questions where Lawrence Trent is, and I very much hope that we can have him on this program in the near future. So stay tuned.
Maybe even.
Back by popular demand.
And by popular demand, we mean by Lawrence's much stated demand.
Very much so. Queen to f3.
Yeah, queen f3 played. Now bishop h3 is a very big threat. Rook f1 is also going to be... Knight d4. The pawn on e5 is just very, very weak, and Anish now needs to find a way to This maybe gets some pieces off the board. Knight c5, I think, is a very logical move in that respect, just trying to maybe trade something away. But the issue with that, as far as I could understand, is taking and playing bishop h3. And we don't really have a comfortable response, because bishop takes e3, queen takes e3 is very, very uncomfortable. Knight on b6 not having no squares. Yeah, Anish might be in trouble.
Bishop speak crazy, saying if Lawrence shows up, I'm gone. Then I think Bishop speak crazy. It's a good spot to apply what in chess we call prophylactic thinking and leave already, because Lawrence will show up. And if you want to make sure you don't see him, better get out of here right now. Brown Bishop saying Lawrence is great. I do agree. I need to go to the bathroom. First time today, so I hope you'll forgive me. I'm handing over the reins to Peter.
Give me them reins. If you don't eat your vegetables, Lawrence will show up, says the ex-Bombadil. Yeah. That's the obvious drawback of not enough greens. Yeah, and Sergei does play before b5, which, as we've explained earlier, it seems very slow, but there's really no way for Jordan to keep the pawn on a4 alive for too long, because white can just go, say, bishop b2, knight f6, and king g2, and eventually bishop d1 followed by rook takes a4 will happen, and this is not as not as lost a position as you might imagine. Like if we just make some moves here, I don't know why I'm making exactly these moves, but just for illustration's sake, let's say we get somewhere here. These types of positions you still have to work to win, but I assume it ends up being winning, because eventually white will play knight b3, a4, rook a1, a5. Black will take on a5, establish more blockade on the b6 square, but the fact that white just has so much more space to go with their obvious advantage of having more pawns on the board should eventually be telling. So you have to, somewhat weirdly, I didn't hate the decision when it was played, but maybe a5, a4 was a little bit overambitious. Maybe you were supposed to just play, I don't know, g3, whatever it is that you play in these types of positions, bishop d7, queen d8, knight f6, and play this position with a pawn on a5, so that we never have to encounter exactly the kind of a problem that we are encountering here, namely that this pawn cannot be defended. In the Dubov game, we now have the position that we've had on the board earlier with the pawns on e3 and f5. Dubov basically included e4 and f4, creating some more space for his pieces, but looks like there's no immediate victory for white, and maybe you even play something like g4 just to gain more space on the king side. And black's problems are just not going to disappear. It's a kind of a position in which you, let me just give you the thing. It's just a problematic position for black here, because you just never stabilize. Your king is always going to be not entirely safe. White has better pieces. Eventually something falls, normally.
Rapport blunder, I'm reading. Blunder normally means not first computer move. How bad is it?
I don't know. It doesn't look that horrible, honestly. White definitely is better, but I don't know if I would necessarily describe it as a disaster just yet. I guess Magnus just, rook a2 seems to indicate that he just wants to push the a pawn without really spending any time on any unnecessary niceties. Just start forcing it up the board and demand a reply from Richard. And yeah, the issue here is I don't quite know what you do against a very simple plan of a4, a5, a6.
Run a pawn. There's a question if I'm without trousers. No, I've been wearing trousers every day since we started streaming Wijk and Zee. There hasn't been a single day of Donald ducking.
Obviously, for a given value of trousers, right?
Very much so. I will Donald duck one of these days, but I'm not going to tell you which one.
And we'll have to deduce it, and whoever deduces it correctly wins an unspecified prize, which, you know, you shudder to think what the prize may be, but it is a prize.
So what's the move here? Queen e7, how bad is this? Just a4? Surprisingly difficult to deal with untapped.
Yeah, worse than I thought. Worse.
This is the compy line. Compilation.
So once again, very good winning chances for Magnus. He's had plenty of those positions in this tournament so far, only won one. Definitely feels, I would assume, that it's high time to actually start converting some of those very pleasant positions he's been having into full points.
Chess saying a4 assess a move. Frankly, you don't need assess to assess. A pawn should run. Let's see if Magnus does it.
Yeah, doesn't seem like it's a move that needs too much computer justification. Just
there he is, a4. Chat doesn't believe that I'm wearing trousers.
I think you should preserve some mystique on that topic. Like if they refuse to believe things which you know are true, it is not your job to convince them.
Yeah, I feel, I don't know. I'm not gonna be bullied into standing up. If you don't believe me, you think I'm Donald ducking, you'll have to live with it. Schrödinger's trousers. I'm either wearing them or I'm not wearing them. Yeah. So Peter.
Yeah.
But I want to know if you're wearing shoes.
Of course not.
There you go. Magnus, he's wearing shoes and trousers, and he has an a-pawn.
Which separates him from, the mere mortals who, even on a good day, can only really muster having shoes and trousers. The a-pawn is way above there. Whatever it is that I'm looking for.
Run, a-pawn. Where's Lawrence? He was promised for 6. Is he late?
He is
working on his notes?
Yeah, he definitely is.
5, sorry.
Tied up, cleaning up his material on the Catalan. He promised us that bishop e3 is played with the idea of allowing black to trade one of their knights for the bishop on e3, and then you give mate along the f-file. None of that materialized, so we start off by me feeling like we've once again been lied to by Lawrence. Gaslighting continues. The f-file will not even be open in this entire game, I have a feeling.
Maybe it's just payback for all the ghosting I did. And now Lawrence, he teased us with a guest appearance that he's not showing up.
That would be a plan worthy of.
I mean, you ghost the man for 265 days and he starts playing tricks on you. It's just wrong.
What is the world coming to? People can't stand a little light ghosting in this day and age.
All right, Magnus better. DD is better.
Dubov better. Karekin is better. And Fabi is better. White could score a ton of points today.
One knight f3, just crushing today. Did Dubov play one knight f3? No.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yes.
One knight f3 day.
So yeah, potentially 3 out of 3 for the little
One knight f3.
horsey enjoyers.
They knew.
Yeah, feels like Daniel maybe had something which was even more forcing than what he's done, but still looks very, very winning for White somehow. I just can't figure out.
This is sort of nicely reassuring that your king is safe and the structure is fixed. It looks very pleasant.
Yeah.
Engine doesn't say it's too bad. At the very least, this little life engine you guys can see. I don't have an engine running currently. Saying it's close to égalité.
Yeah. SJW Park says, watching you two beat up Lawrence will be fun, but where is Sasha? Sasha will be in action in the soon to be commencing FIDE Grand Prix series. Starts in about 2 weeks' time, right, in Berlin.
Could give him plenty of time to appear on the show. But
yeah,
he is a hard man to reach. Peter, do you have means to reach Mr. Grishuk?
Yes.
Wow.
Unequivocally. And he also approves of me sending him dog pictures, so I have an easier than usual time reaching him these days, because I can preface whatever it is that I want to say by a video of our dog chasing a tennis ball.
Picture of dog.
Yep.
We can just call him. Just call him right now. If Lawrence doesn't show up. You send a dog picture, we take it from there.
Yeah, that's the way to go. People are asking, Machine says Sergey is winning, but what's the plan? The plan is very simply, win pawn, create passer, win game. The last bit of it might be a bit more challenging than you would think, but yeah, I think Sergey is a big favorite to convert this.
Steph on the small keeps saying, Peter, tell Sasha we love him.
I think he knows. I have a feeling this will not come as a huge surprise to him.
So how would that conversation go? You would call Alexander Grishuk and tell him, Sasha, on the Twitch chat during the Chess24 live show, Steph on the small said that we, probably meaning the Twitch chat, or maybe his family, we don't know, love him. How would he react to the message? I think he'd be happy.
I think he'll be pleased.
Go. Has to happen. The pawn is gone. Jordan won't be pleased. This looks rough. No, I mean this is a factor. A4, knight b3, a5, and it's not like black has any significant counterplay.
No, it's just that you kind of sit there waiting, and after a5, you try to establish like a second line of defense by putting something on b6 and claiming that your structure is very healthy, which it is, but not having a pawn on the a file will be a severe drawback to your chances here.
We haven't talked about it much in the moment. Did Jordan have to play pawn to a4?
I did mention it a little bit, yeah, in one of the breaks, because honestly, when he played it, it didn't seem bad to me at all. But considering how the game went, I think it's a very safe argument to say that maybe keeping it on a5 was more prudent. Just playing, some kind of queen d8, bishop d7, knight f6 type plan here, and not committing to a4, at least immediately. Maybe it will become playable later, but I don't think he needed to do it straight away. Why was rook h1 played by Sergei? He didn't want to deal with the idea of black at some point attacking the h3 pawn and not having any pieces to defend it, but it probably wasn't the fastest way to win the a4 pawn, but it's efficient enough, so it doesn't matter. I'm not sure I like what Fabi has done, by the way. But maybe it works out tactically. I was kind of unhappy about the move d3, d4, because I thought now black has an actual reply which allows them to perhaps defend the f5 pawn indirectly by trading the knight on e3 via knight c4. But I guess bishop h3 still stops that. Like bishop f8, for instance, we go bishop h3, and if knight c4, we can still go knight takes f5.
So do we have to block our poor bishop? I thought we're still hoping to go e6 and checkmate.
Yeah.
H1, b2.
The engine was very much in favor of not doing that, but...
Yeah. Understandably.
Yeah, but I think the issue here is that after bishop e3, queen e3, c5, I think it says if e6 is like borderline winning it, or at least this is how I understood what it was claiming. But yeah, but I think it's not immediately obvious that simplifying into an endgame where you are to begin with a pawn down is such a great idea.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's just concretely this falls apart for black, apparently. But I don't think you arrive at this conclusion instantly. I don't think it's that obvious.
Fair enough, Mr. Fabi. So now he played d4. Bishop should go.
Actually, bishop b4 is quite clever. I quite like bishop b4 because I'm trying to prevent bishop h3 for as long as possible. If you play rook f1, then I will definitely play knight c4, and the pawn on f5 might not even get picked up. And it seems to be provoking, like provoking c3 shouldn't be bad.
I like bishop f8 better. Now that's the engine's main line.
Yeah, but why doesn't it play... Ah, okay, it just ignores it. It says it's nothing that we should be afraid of. It goes bishop h3, knight c4, knight f5, king h8, and says, not bothered.
And what about nothing?
Not
king h8, not an easy move, arguably.
Yeah, but here the point is the bishop on h3 is hanging, meaning that there is no jumps for the knight on f5. The bishop on b2 is still hanging, and black will launch some counterplay of their own now. But yeah, I don't know how simple any of this is.
Crazy Dino is saying, is Jorn van Foreys the most handsome GM? Not sure. Like, he's very, very handsome.
Yes. Looks like Andre actually found a way to generate some counterplay. I don't know if allowing bishop c7 was such a great idea. And actually, like if you compare what Daniel did with the positions where White just played e3 and did not force black to play f5, f4, the fact that nothing is hanging on f5 is now actually severely hampering White's play. And also, yeah, a bit curious.
Apparently was a tad slow yet to jump into action.
A bit curious that he didn't go for the quote-unquote mating attack with g5 here, which looked quite strong. And now after bishop b6, it seems like much of White's advantage may have disappeared because of this tactic of rook c6, rook a2, which may have been missed.
That's a bingo.
Yeah, may have been missed, and then suddenly the outside passer on the b file does give black enough counterplay. Black is just not worse here anymore.
Kayakin winning a pawn. Yesipenko coming back. I'm sure Kayakin's wife is very happy about how this round is proceeding right now.
Absolutely. And Magnus apparently is completely winning because Richard just gave up the pawn on d4 for unspecified compensation.
Oof.
Not the
unspecified, you're saying there is no compensation?
Well, it's not obvious what it is, yeah. I think he...
Opposite color bishops and this running pawn, probably good for white, the opposite color bishops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My assumption would be that he thought that he will be able to chase the queen around and it has no good squares, but it does eventually deal with the bishop jumps efficiently enough, and the compensation does run out, or at least so it appears.
Let me do research on Lawrence's whereabouts, and by research I mean reading our WhatsApp chat. As Lawrence knows, I'm not great at keeping track of WhatsApp chats. Lawrence should be joining soon. Lawrence a little tied up, will be late. He will be as fast as he can. There you go.
And also,
he's a very busy man. Right?
And he's also acquired a doggo. So maybe he was walking the doggo, potentially petting the doggo.
He does have
a very strong petting hand.
That too. But many different tasks and responsibilities. Queen c3 played.
It seems like it's just a healthy outside passer. Healthy extra outside passer. Just very difficult to imagine how black gets out of this.
Mr. Dodgers Chess is saying Lawrence officially unghosted. No, I didn't read what Lawrence is writing on WhatsApp. Let's not get too crazy. I'm reading the stream WhatsApp group chat. So Magnus should win. Rook a2 on the board, which means Dubov probably should not win.
Yeah, this no longer looks like
should win.
Position that Dubov is favored to win at all. Which came very...
Anything can happen.
Yeah. This one is still quite sharp. One thing that notably the machine never does here is play bishop h3, g6, which I'm sure the bishop on h7 is very thankful for that not being an option. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
g4, g5, and then things start happening. Bishop e7 is honestly... I wouldn't have guessed this square. I don't quite understand how you settle on that particular square in this position after d4. Both bishop b4 and bishop f8.
Why not go here? What's he worried about?
Yeah. I'm guessing he wants to have the
option. Hang on, he did play g6. This did happen. Finally happened. It's slightly bad.
Slightly bad? Just very slightly bad.
Ooh, and g4. Position is screaming for g4.
Yeah,
right?
No, but it's
f4,
specifically g4 and g5, which I think is missable. If you don't play g5 here, you're not even better. So I think this is what he kind of misevaluated, because the pawn on g5 gets lost, but it doesn't matter because the bishop on h7 is so horrible. And here, I think the most impressive way to go about things here is just to go actually rook a d1 and bishop c1. The engine suggests giving up the pawn.
Because check looks normal to me, but
yeah, but then it's actually not that clear once again, shockingly.
Oof.
Because eventually g6, g5 will reanimate the bishop on h7. But yeah, the engine after bishop takes g5 just goes rook a1, bishop c1, bishop takes f4, and after that says white is winning. I don't know how easy any of this is. So we probably should not be as critical of Anisha's choice as the engine is.
In particular, more than the engine is.
In particular, on very, very low time.
Yeah.
Doesn't c8 just hang there, asks Antun. It does, but it's kind of... Black is claiming they will have positional compensation once you pick up that exchange. And if g5, bishop, let's say g6, or even bishop h7, e4 happens later in the game, you will understand why the position compensation does exist.
Okay.
g4 hasn't been played yet. There are other options, but they're all
evaluate this position. Yeah, does seem far from easy.
Yeah.
Let's see if Fabi does it.
I mean, he will definitely consider it, but understanding how good it is the challenge there. Like, you definitely see that this option exists, and locking down the bishop on h7, making it very, very difficult for black to get out of the corner is something that he will absolutely try to assess. But I don't know if it's very intuitive that white is close to winning there.
It is nice. No one puts bishop in the corner.
Well, apart from Anish.
Exactly. So random, but yeah. Computers are good, just overpowering. Rook e2, rook f1, bishop c1.
Yes, there's absolutely no hurry. We're not worried about h5, and we're not worried about the bishop from g5 going anywhere. So we have all the time in the world here to quietly improve, pick up the pawn on f4. And once that falls, the entire edifice just crumbles. Computer is good. Computer is very good. In the meantime, we don't have to bring it up because this is a very exciting position and it's kind of more relevant for the general storyline. But Arjun is winning yet another game. He is very intent on not providing any kind of a, intriguing storyline for the challengers. Just crushing day in, day out. Made a kind of a warm-up.
Crushing chess.
Yeah. Made a warm-up draw in round 1 and has been in unstoppable form since.
Yeah. At least our suspicions about this line, I'm not sure it was about the opening, but are being confirmed. If things go wrong, you can end up in real big trouble here against the bishops.
But clearly things did go wrong because knight is still on a5, and that's really not how this is supposed to go. The fact that white has the option of playing rook e6 and then rook d6 is a very sad indictment of how things have gone since we've last looked at this.
We should explain this is the top game of the Challengers, the second tournament going on in Wijk. The winner of the Challengers qualifies for the Masters. And so far, Mr. Erigaisi has been completely dominating. And speaking of domination, a man who has dominated the chess world, chess broadcasting, the conversation for many a day, has finally joined us.
The self-described,
someone who I would love to talk more to on all the messengers that I have. Mr. Lawrence Trent is here.
Yeah.
Still muted after 2 years pandemic. People can't expect to unmute themselves before starting to talk. I'm enjoying this already.
Here we go.
Hi, Lawrence. How are you?
I'm all right. You know, on your phone, you have these buttons and you can press them to reply to people that send you messages that you've known for years and worked with.
There's also the button which...
There's also a mute button on Twitter, which I can highly recommend. But yeah, how
what's
you doing,
going on?
Lawrence?
I'm all right. I mean, I have not seen the games today, so I'm really looking forward to checking in.
You've expressed strong opinions on the games. What are you talking about? You told us.
No, I mean since before. I've literally just got back. It's been a wild day. I'm going to Gibraltar tomorrow. Jan, your old stomping ground.
Yeah. Enjoy. You're playing the tournament.
I'm commentating out there. Battle of the Sexes. Yeah. So that's going to be fun. I haven't been to Gibraltar in a while, and I've got to get all sorted. My flight's at 6 in the morning, which is lovely.
Where do you live these days?
I am in Mitte in Berlin, and I hate to say this, but I've got full residency unlimited. That means Jan, that means you, Peter, Angela herself, wherever she is now, sunning it up. They can't get me out, even if they wanted to. I'm a legal as Sting would say, I am not an illegal alien anymore.
That's exactly what Sting would say. Congratulations. Yes. That
Thanks. No, you know, this Brexit thing
allowed to stay in sunny Germany. But congrats.
You say that, you know, you say that with your, you know, your sarcastic tone and so on. Yes. But, you know, this Brexit thing really screwed things up for a lot of people. And I just had immense luck to be able to stay. Anyways, chess. Wow, what a game. Who would have thought after all these years you can still play G4 or move 3 and not lose instantly? It's amazing. What's going on today? I haven't really seen. Have there been any results? Let me get on the other screen.
Bunch of draws, but Magnus Carlsen, the world champion,
is he in trouble?
Close to defeating Richard Rapport, one of the tournament leaders. He has his A-pawn.
Let me. Where's the position at? Oh, here we go. Okay. Yeah. What's that? A pawn? All right. Next. What else we got?
That is the insight we were hoping for. Daniil Dubov against Andrei Yesipenko, rivals for wildcards in prestigious tournaments. So this is a big game.
Okay.
And
he's winning.
Yesipenko is hanging in there.
This looks a little less clear, right?
I think that's just fine for black now. I don't think even a problem, honestly. It's in particular now that we've sort of properly self-pinned ourselves along the long diagonal. The knight on the 3 has no squares, and I just can't see why this would be bad for black at all.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. All right, next.
Karana Giri, what's your take on this?
Unclear. Next, let's go. No, I'm joking.
This one. Left.
No, let's go back to that one. Let's have a proper think about that one. What's going on here, Giri? That bishop on h7 is what we call a tall pawn. How bad is it, though? You know,
a tall glass of milk.
You want to go g4 with white here, don't you? And just
we were wondering here, g4, f4 to keep it close.
G5.
Then it gets real spicy. G5, queen e8.
Yeah,
it's a mess.
Now you just play knight g4. No, knight g4 is stupid.
Your instincts are on point as
knight
always.
g4, bishop g5, bishop c1.
Wow.
It actually includes some other moves, but bishop c1 probably is not bad here either. I guess the reason it's not the best move here is f5 exists, I suppose. F5 or h5, and you kind of struggle without protection for the e1 rook. So it actually goes like rook e2 or rook h1, but your instincts are actually very much on point.
Thanks, Peter.
It prepares bishop c1 and then goes bishop c1, and the black position starts collapsing.
Looks
hasn't played g4 even. Yeah, he's been thinking for a bit, and
wonder what he's thinking about.
An interesting time trouble, I think.
Wonder what he's thinking about.
Well, this, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, sure.
Because otherwise black gets some time to...
Or black can play h5, right? Or something if white just plays
h5, or, I don't know, trade some pieces with knight c4. All of those things will be, I think, an improvement.
Right. Right, that will makes perfect sense. Okay.
There's more drilling in my house ongoing. Apologies. I'll mute myself and leave you to it while there.
Oh, you're leaving already?
Being drilled. I'll be back. I'll be back.
By the way, for everybody who played the Twitter contest, Jan has not messaged me for 247 days, I think, and I've sent Jan in the region of 7 to 8 messages since May the 21st.
Shall we also, because I might sound like the bad guy to some people. Shall we specify what these messages that you're sending me are?
Let's not specify the messages exactly, but you know, a few of them were innocent. A solid 60% were, you know, no.
Like some include pictures where you'd have to wonder if the anatomy on these is correct. Some are in capital letters. Eat my, and you include whatever word you think would fit there, and then
yes,
you're complaining publicly that I'm gracefully not replying to these messages.
I sent you a lovely photo of me and Jordan Van Forest. And Jordan said to me in an elevator in Warsaw, he said, Lawrence, send Jan a selfie of us. I said, okay, Jordan, sure, why not? And I thought that would have garnered a, hi, guys, or I hope you're having fun, guys.
That was the selfie that you accompanied by writing, eat my... Is that
Oh, I don't remember that
incorrect?
second part. That must, well, I mean, that's not, well, I don't even know what I said, eat my, I could have said eat my shashlik.
It wasn't shorts.
You
know. That's much.
It could have been eat my shorts. It could have been a Bart Simpson
so
reference.
important to have the whole story, because otherwise we might rush to judgment nowadays.
Okay. Let's not rush to judgment.
As you know, I'm always happy to see you, to talk to you.
Me
like
too,
in
buddy.
small doses, which I think
Yeah,
is
I
fair.
understand.
But I'm very happy to see you in good spirits, and I will now leave. I'll be back
in homeopathic doses. Yes. So
Peter, it's you and me, my friend. After all these years,
it is absolutely you.
You've got control, right? Of the.
I can get control. Yes. Also, while I'm getting control.
Yes, please.
Obviously, the important question of the day.
Yes.
Where is the dog?
My doggo. Oh, do you know what? Well, it's not mine, so it's my mum's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in England, she's had to go away, and my mum, she's left a dog now with my brother, who's also got a dog and a baby. So I'm a new uncle. I'm a new. How can I say? I've become an uncle recently, a few months. I'll send you a cute photo.
Fresh uncle of.
Fresh uncle, and so it's like kid and dogs now. That's the life. But yeah, Amber's lovely. Half poodle. She's a cockapoo.
Yes, that's a thing that exists, which I
lovely,
actually
lovely mix.
Which
lovely
I actually
breed.
knew before you
mentioned
the name to me.
Yeah.
G4F4 is on the board.
Oh, G4F4 is on the board, so we should get action here. And G5 is almost mandatory.
Considering the fact that the machine starts liking black after queen takes f4 and g5, which was a bit surprising to me, but maybe shouldn't be that surprising, because then the black pieces do start coming out and the bishop on h3 starts looking kind of weird. I am expecting Fabi to go for broke here. And also I think this is why he spent so much on g4.
Yeah,
he was
makes a bunch of sense.
He was trying to assess how good g5 is. And yeah, g5 played excellently done by the Fubster. Is Lawrence the strongest ball chess player in the world?
Not even close.
Yeah, probably not. No,
I wouldn't even make top 100. Probably. Well, maybe I don't know. You have to think of all. I don't know who the strongest bald guy is actually. Maybe you know, Peter.
Let's bring up the
bald rankings.
The world rankings and go through it to try to figure out who the.
Because also bald is kind of, it's an arbitrary state of affairs, isn't it? Because is somebody with a few wisps, is he bald or is he hanging on? Does he classify as bald? Is somebody with
the advanced state of comb over, is that bald or
exactly
or not? Yeah.
It's such a contentious topic.
Yeah,
it can go either way.
I think a good suggestion there is actually our old friend Matthew, who might be currently the strongest ball player in the world.
Oh, Matthew is a great shout, actually. Yeah, Matthew might actually.
Although he's not, like, you technically, I think you're bolder than him, but.
Well, I'm what we call a skinhead where I'm from. I did it today, just now in the, just before the broadcast. So I'm freshly skinheaded up. But yeah, Matthew isn't full. He's gone for the half bald look. Very strong player though. Great chess player.
And it was kind of a bit of an inspiring thing to just watch him come back to it after years of
amazing
doing. He's always done something chess related. He's been writing on chess he wrote book reviews for years and years without seemingly returning to active play. And then eventually he thought to himself, nah, I should actually play some chess, and just instantly went back to 2700, basically, which is quite something.
Well, as they say, form is temporary, class is permanent, and he's been an amazing player for years. And such a nice guy, so nice to just have a dinner with and a conversation with. So just full of interesting insight into all things, not just chess. He's a very pleasant guy, very nice to be around. I'm very honored to get to know him. Do we have a Nietzsche, as they would say?
This is a Nietzsche in the Dubov game. He will be kind of spitting nails here a little bit, because somewhere around here, we didn't really dislike the idea of e4, but if you consider how safe that pawn on f4 ended up being later in the game, if you compare what happened in the game to, let's say, just playing e3 and then knight f3 here, the fact that the pawn on f5 would have been hanging in every single line here would have been extremely awkward for Andrei. There still was an advantage available to Daniel later. I think the biggest mistake was, I think he played queen c2, assuming he actually is threatening the pawn on c6, and then this tactic came in specifically. I suspect he may have missed takes a2, and suddenly there is nothing. This position is just not better for white anymore. And in the meantime, chat has been telling us very insistently that Magnus is winning. Yeah, Magnus does look winning. The one thing you don't want to be doing in this position is like sell it slightly short. Exactly. I was going to say this looks playable for white, but this is definitely something you under no circumstances do, because this you probably don't even win. Like, despite having the two pieces for the rook, you're preserving the outside passer is just so much more important than winning some mild amounts of material. So he's gone queen c5 after bishop e7. Yeah, you still have to find the most precise way of winning, but I guess maybe queen c7 is good enough, right? Queen c7 looks strong.
Sorry, what am I missing here? Why can't I take the knight on b6?
I think queen takes a2 is the point. No.
Yeah, queen takes e7.
Oh, queen e7 is all. Yeah. That also wins on the spot, right? You're absolutely right. That's probably the fastest. Yeah, this is just end of the game as well. Just completely.
Is it just so queen c2, queen d8, king h7,
and b7? I mean,
bishop e4 or something.
Bishop e4 as well. Yeah, but just completely over. Any move. Bishop e4 wins. b7 also wins immediately. I don't think you can make a mistake in this position.
No.
In fact, I think the game is just over after ab6. I think Richie just resigns. There's nothing to check here.
Too many ways,
no conversation to be had, really. So Magnus finally does convert a good position.
I missed the entire game, so was it a decent... sorry, I remember the opening when I was saying queen c1 and all of it. What did he end up doing? Bishop e3 line. I left like after
he played something conservative, I think, reasonably conservative. He played bishop d6 and then queen c1, b5, b3. Here he made a slightly quiet move, bishop b7. We couldn't really figure out why not just castle. But I don't think he was doing so poorly. He tried to break free here by playing c5, and the way he played it didn't quite work out. I'm not sure if that position is already very bad. It felt to us like, in particular, after c5, queen takes a7, it looked to me like bishop d5 was the critical trying to play against the queen with rook a8. He took on f3 instead, and you can already sort of see the outlines of the horrible trouble he was in later in the game. Yeah. So
bishop f3 was quite a big mistake here then.
Actually, a bishop b4 move is a problem. You shouldn't play bishop b4, since we are still discussing this game. Because there's queen b1 check there. Yeah, you like.
What did I blunder?
If you actually do this, you might. This might be a bit painful because I'm not sure this.
God.
Yeah, but b7 is plenty good enough.
This might still be winning king h3.
Yeah, but queen takes e2, and I'm not sure. You kind of like.
Should I blunder e2 as well? Oh my god!
But just play b7. There's no reason.
Okay. Well, Magnus is going to play b7. Bishop e4 was. I would have checked that in a real game. Don't worry. I would have.
Yeah,
that was just an instinct.
I just spotted it, and I thought it was a
funny... well spotted.
Yeah, funny little thing to point out that even in positions like this, you still have to preserve some concentration because it's possible to grow even here. But yeah, b7 played, and I assume the game just ends here.
Yes.
So yeah, that's it. And an interesting thing happened in this game because Anish played queen a7 instead of the moves that we've discussed. And we were pretty much always playing knight g4.
Sorry, I'm really sorry to bother you.
Yeah?
Oh, no, I'm bothering you, yeah. I did find one tricky resource there for Rickard at the end. Queen d1 check. Oh no, it's just stupid. There's bishop e4 at the end. I'm just talking. I wanted to go queen d1 check, king g2, rook b1 because the queen is.
Yeah, but there's bishop e4 check. Yeah,
there's bishop e4 check at the end.
Also, you're not threatening mate, so I can actually just ignore it and go king h3. But
queen f1 is mate. Ah, sorry. I mean, no, there's a knight on d2. Beg your pardon. Ignore me.
Okay, yep. So the thing about this position is that we were not taking on c8 almost in any position. We were always playing knight g4, but Fabi took on c8, and now Anish took on e3, and he will have definite counterplay. So
that's a weird decision by Fabi to take on c8 there, I think.
A little bit, but then again, we were definitely at least a little bit influenced by the fact that we at some point looked at the first line, which...
What about e6 here?
e6, I think they go bishop takes g5.
Bishop d7?
Connecting. Yeah, bishop d7. I was also trying to calculate that and coming to no real conclusions. I mean, f5 or rook f8. Probably rook f8, yeah.
Rook f8 feels like it leaves the door open.
I mean, the door's been ajar for a while.
Okay, so
I don't think
if I go ef7 here,
I wanted to go king g7 here.
And if I go bishop e8,
this is what I was trying to get, but I'm not sure how happy I am about any of this.
What is going on here? What kind of?
Why not take twice on d7? The point was that if you take on d7, there's queen f7 checks Sashansky, and then d7. So that doesn't quite work. We're getting a little bit carried away. No, that's the position. Yeah, we're still thinking here. I mean, Fabi is still thinking here. You very much like the idea of attacking the pawn f7 here. Actually, we've kind of just assumed that the bishop is untouchable, but is it? Can I just go for this position with black?
That's
probably not. Like gh.
Well, the bishop is pinned as well, so you've got bishop a3 there.
Yeah, and bishop a3. Yeah, this looks horrible. Even though I'm still alive somehow by miracle, as Vladimir Kramnik would say.
That's
by
true.
Miracle, this is still alive for black somehow.
Oh, we're more than.
There seems to be no.
No, rook takes e3. Oh no, queen takes d4 exists. There.
Even queen d4 exists, but also like if I just start coming out of the corner here with g5, bishop g6.
Wow.
This is somehow still a game, shockingly.
Oh my goodness! Suddenly the bishop lands on e4, and you don't know what's happening.
The move here is, I think, bishop c5 probably, as I just realized, because we cannot take, since queen f6 just wins a lot of material. But even this, but obviously all of this is kind of tricky. And Fabi also left himself 4 minutes against 2 for Anish.
Wow.
Yeah, this is going to be a very exciting time trouble to watch.
What a great time trouble to watch this one here, huh?
Yeah.
Is there any other? I mean, but e6 is just feels like if you play bishop, what else can you play? Because if you retreat,
exactly, yeah, just retreating back just feels so anticlimactic.
Wrong.
Like
yeah, bishop takes g5. I take black here all day almost. Knight c4 next. Ugh, gross.
It gets very, very clear.
No,
which really does, yeah, exactly. Which really does imply that you have to play faster. And in terms of playing faster, it's either rook f1 or e6. And rook f1 feels like it's slower. Because rook f1, once again, bishop takes g5 exists, and
I don't like rook f1 at all.
Yeah, rook f1 doesn't seem right.
He's going to go e6.
So e6, we think bishop takes g5 is the main line. Yeah, e6 played. I assume Anish will just blitz out bishop takes g5, but after bishop d7, there's a number of options. Actually, I don't know if he takes bishop takes g5. As we've established, rook takes c8 is not as losing as... Sorry, not as losing as we originally thought.
Can I make a suggestion that after rook takes c8 there, I know it wasn't played, but can you take advantage of the fact that c8 for the moment is...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, yeah. Take some bishop
and play bishop a3 immediate, yeah.
This might be strong. This might be extremely strong because the pin is... Without knight c8, the pin might just be winning the game here for white, yeah. Good point. So bishop g5 played our best.
He's playing bishop d7 here.
Yeah, I think bishop d7 has to be the main move because if everything gets traded on f7, I think maybe black is better.
Yeah.
Because the endgame with the e3 pawn surviving is just going to be very, very playable for black. So yeah, bishop d7 looks extremely logical. There's a number of moves here which we haven't discussed. For instance, like I was reluctant to mention it, but f5 does exist. Although bishop c6, yeah, bishop c6 maybe is a bit too strong.
Bishop c6, yeah.
Yeah, not loving it.
Don't love f5 somehow. Feels a little bit loose.
So what options do we have here apart from Rook f8, which I did mention? Rook f8 is like the funny bit is, apart from what we've already discussed, there's also bishop a3 here.
Well, that's what that was my original thought.
Yeah, it wins a second exchange probably. Although actually maybe it doesn't, because after e7 maybe I can actually afford to play Rook d8. But even if not, the position I was going to discuss with you was...
Can you go bishop f... Oh, you want to discuss this one, do you?
Yeah, I mean, how bad is this? In the meantime, because like if the pawn is on g7, I'm taking black any day of the week, right?
Right.
The pawn is not on g7 though, so it's a bit less clear because white definitely, if you return one exchange here, 6g5, once again, black is fine. So it's...
I had some idea. Can I be a genius?
He just took on e6, very interesting. So he just is claiming there are no ghosts of here. Here you can just go king g7, rook f8, and play in this fashion. And apparently Anisha is now doing really well.
The comp likes black, does it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I hated bishop c8 from Fabi.
Bishop c8 did not seem right. Yeah, bishop c8 and king h8 for, once again, very curious why king h8 is more logical here than king g7. I would have very much liked to have the rook f8 resource available. Yeah, I have no idea what this is. It's just very, very confusing to me. The bishop is horrible on b2 though. This much we can claim. Engine actually much prefers king h8 over king g7.
I wonder what the difference is.
Just one of those things, I guess. Maybe rook f1, queen f7 check somewhere. I don't know. Drawing arrows is very difficult.
It's a hard job drawing arrows. People don't quite appreciate just how precise you have to be with that dragging motion.
Yeah.
So we've got no idea what's going on here, have we?
No, I don't really want to switch the machine on. I'm trying to figure it out of all. And failing. What I would like to happen here is I would very much like to have this bishop in the game somehow, which is maybe reason enough for me to try bishop a3, bishop c5, but it's not really doing very much on c5 either. And yeah, I can very easily imagine this position being very
Queen g7, maybe rook b1 looks kind of normal here.
There's 92 though, like we...
Oh! Yep. Yikes.
I'm not sure what the threat is, but maybe it's even something quiet like bishop e7 and then g6, g5. And once g5 happens, once this bishop is once again a participant, it feels like white's position might be.
I think Fabi could lose this, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think Fabi could lose. He's also lower on time now, 2 minutes. This is very exciting. No other games, I'm assuming. I haven't got the other games up, so I'm just got this screens. I'm assuming no other games are as exciting as this. So
I think nothing else is even running. No, there's one more game running, but we're definitely not trading.
No.
For this, yeah.
Look at this. No, this is where we stay. Okay, so let's. So what would you do? You've got a minute and a half here. You have to come up with a move. He does go bishop a3.
He does go bishop a3. I think trying to solve the problem of bishop b2 being completely out of the game is an extremely human decision. And I sort of.
Can I make a ridiculous suggestion? No, it's just too. It's so insane. It's so bad. It doesn't work. It's close. I wanted to go knight c4, bishop f8 to prevent queen g7, and just. But knight d2 is a problem, as you pointed out. I can't hold.
Actually wins the bishop.
Wins the piece. Otherwise, if you just had that half a tempo there, you just restrict the pieces ever so.
Yeah. That would be a cute move. Yeah, that would be a very cute move to make. Yeah, bishop c5 played. They are getting closer and closer to the time control.
Yeah.
Queen g7 looks like the most logical move, but I assume there's not much wrong with like queen c7 either. But it feels like the sort of getting your stuff.
No, you play queen g7 here. I mean, because you x-ray d4, and you also you mentioned before, like you have ideas like bishop e7 to exchange.
Yeah.
You've also got bishop d8 if you want to keep a pair of bishops on then g5.
Yeah, you just like the one last question you have to solve here is finding something to do for the bishop on h7. even trading it for the bishop on e6 via the g8 square is not horrible, but I would like to play g6, g5. I would like to find a way to play g6.
Once that bishop lands on e4, you just want to resign with white, because knight d2, knight f3 check comes, all kinds of stuff comes.
Yeah, it just very much encourages immediate resignation once that happens.
Yeah, and you're not far away from making that happen. That's the problem.
Mm.
You need something. Bishop takes d5.
Yeah,
no, knight d2.
I think there's two refutations there. First of all, kind of weirdly, there is a move queen g8 here, which actually protects everything.
Yeah.
But also, I can start with knight d2, which is, I think, is a more human solution. Just go knight d2 first, and then take, and then the rook just goes somewhere. So it loses in two different.
Okay, I'm going to make a suggestion here.
Go ahead.
No, that's a stupid idea. Well, maybe it's not so stupid, but it's hard to make a move here for white.
It's just very difficult to make a move. Yeah, despite Fabi having 2 minutes here, which sounds like it's a, as time travels go, it's not as hard.
I've got an idea.
Yeah?
Semi, queen g3, bishop e7, rook a b1. How stupid is that?
I like queen g3 as a start because it just sidesteps some of the forks.
And in fact, after knight d2, I'd be very tempted just to play rook d3.
I can start by playing rook e8 maybe and driving the bishop away, and then maybe I can go back to that plan.
Yes. Now, just humor me. Rook a b1 we can never play here, right? It's just
there's bishop g8 in the end there. I don't think.
I understand. Yeah, I just thought even there maybe, but no. Okay, so here we would have to play bishop
somewhere.
h3,
or maybe g4 e2.
Or g4. Yeah, let's try g4.
But yeah, it looks unpleasant. This might be an idea. This might be an idea.
Knight d2, and then do we just go in maybe queen d6? Try and fish.
I'm not sure knight d2 is the best move. I wanted to bring it over to have additional threats, but let's give Jan the.
Oh, Jan is back. Jan!
Hi!
How are you? Well, you're missing action here. I mean, and when I think of chess players and I think, wow, who would I want to talk about this position with from the white side? Your name, what's your name? Is
I've missed your comedic stylings. Like that was.
I tell you what.
That was amazing stuff. Is
Queen G4 similar idea?
Mm-hmm.
I was in trouble.
Yeah, Fabi took the rook on c8 instead of continuing to try to give mate.
Weird.
Seems to have spiraled things out of control.
Exciting.
How was your? So what have you got? Builders in, or what's going on? What's all the banging about?
I'm trying to figure out if either of those were a euphemism. I'm assuming no. I'm just getting new lamps installed.
Oh, new lamps.
I don't know about you. I'm not much of a handyman. I can't do stuff around the house without either destroying the house or having very mediocre results. So
not my strong
suit. Pay people for it or befriend people. Obviously, befriending didn't work. Therefore, there's a man I've never seen before who I'm giving money to put lamps up in my house.
You probably ghosted the guys you tried to befriend. I mean, that normally doesn't.
That did happen. That did in fact happen.
Bishop f6, rook b1. Well, I'm getting. Reminds me of that famous Morecambe and Wise sketch when he's playing the piano, Peter, and he says, he's playing the piano. He says, "I've got all the right notes, just in the wrong order." It's a bit like this position. I've got all the right moves.
Yeah, but actually, bishop f6 appears to have been not very precise, exactly because it allows rook b1, and now it's much harder for Anish to get anywhere. And knight d2 once again. Knight d2 with the idea of knight e4 looked like a very solid choice. And
is the idea now you can go bishop f5?
Yeah, I don't think allowing bishop before check is going to work very well for white. So you have to play bishop f5. You're still worse, but compared to how horrible the position after knight d2 looked, this might be an improvement.
Wow, he's moved on to tea for years. I was commentating with this guy. It was coffee every day, decaf, espresso, macchiato, frappuccino. Now he's moved on to tea. This is what having 2 kids does to you.
I'm sick, which is also what having 2 kids does to you, because they go to kindergarten, and all the kids every day, as a rule, they have to lick on all the toys that are there at least once. Then they have to come back home and spread all of this all over the place. Therefore, I'm ill quite a bit with 2 little kids at home. Usually, when I switch to tea, I'm a little under the weather.
Wow.
Not too bad, though.
But you're still drinking coffee, are you?
Yeah, I haven't quit coffee yet. I'm trying a new thing. I'm trying guarana inflicted cocoa. Is that a term?
No idea what that is.
Inflicted. But I was told it keeps me awake too.
All right. What do you think here, Jan? Who would you take in this spot with 30 seconds left in you? I think I take White actually suddenly now.
Such a mess.
Okay.
Fabi doesn't seem to be peak Fabi in this event so far. Anish also has not set the world on fire. He's on -1. Fabi at 50%.
This is
very hard to say. I don't think Anish gets enough credit for how good he is in a proper bar fight. And Rook B6, for example, I would take.
This is probably a misclick. Yeah.
Oops! I shouldn't laugh.
Fabi,
I mean, it's Fabi.
Just as I said it.
But yeah,
I would have spotted that.
Yeah, that was probably spottable. Yeah.
Yeah, that move was not. Move was not GTO as the poker boys would say.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's a bit of a
Bird on the topic of guarana inflicted tea says that the inflicted is good just as we are inflicted with Lawrence. That is the naked truth here.
Holy cow, I mushed Fabi, huh?
Rook B6, he just did not spot that knight can go there and take it, right?
Yeah,
no other explanation.
This is the only explanation.
And now it's just actually, isn't it just really over takes
takes on D4. Yeah, it's completely dead.
Oh my goodness.
Not very much to discuss anymore.
Poor Fabi.
And this is also move 41, so you know, even if there was a problem here, Anish would have an additional hour to solve it. So, yeah.
Are they on 41?
Yep.
Oh, no, it's over.
Oof. So Rook B6 will move 40. That's just rough. Also giving Anish a fairly simple 40th move to make. Take it.
So what was a move? If we go back here, I mean, the move that I was trying to hold on with here was just Rook E2. I know that's not a particularly, or a move like C3 perhaps, just to provide some stability to that center. But Rook E2, I thought I could at least swizzle the other rook, maybe to F1, and then if knight E2, go Rook E1 and try and just bungle around.
Apparently, according to the all-seeing eye, the only move that actually maintains equilibrium here is Queen H5, which I don't think is very fine.
Excuse me? It's just not a move to even consider.
Well, it shifts the rook away from the E file. Once you see it, you realize why it might be good. But seeing it, I think, is very, very challenging. Like I don't think you're a lock to see it. Yeah, the point being that we move the rook away from the best file, and then we maybe play something like Rook F1, and we get counterplay.
What's the evaluation after a move like a passing move like Rook E2? Just out of interest.
Black is significantly better after Queen F7.
All right. Okay.
-2.
Yeah.
Wow.
230.
Yeah, Queen F7 just allows Black to come out of the corner and eventually, like the pawn on E3 is just too strong. You have to create immediate counterplay somehow, and the only move that does that is Queen H5 apparently. But yeah, very difficult to blame anyone for not playing Queen H5. I don't think it's an instantly observable choice.
In Fabi's defense, if it wasn't allowed to take the rook on B6 here, he'd be much better in this position.
Would have been a good move, yeah.
Yeah.
Would have been a very solid choice. But yeah, unfortunately. unfortunately.
Lawrence, I'm not sure if this is a sour topic, but to be serious for a while about Fabi, he lost the 2018 match. You were working with Fabi before that, around 2016.
2016, yeah.
And in the aftermath of losing the match, there was also the pandemic, obviously. There was some talk about him not being so motivated. He's also parted ways with his long-time coach, Rustam Kazimchanov. Does he have a new team? Is he back to being the old Fabi? What's going on there in Fabi?
I saw Fabi in Warsaw for the World Rapid and Blitz, and we had a catch-up very briefly, not a proper one. Didn't talk about anything business, teams, or anything like that. Just asked him how he was, hung out with him for a short while. He was taking the tournament extremely seriously. So he was in bed very early. He wasn't going out late for dinners or anything like that. And the truth is, I don't know. We chat from time to time. We're on good terms, no hard feelings or anything like that. But I just don't know his professional situation whatsoever. No idea.
Okay.
So he seems happy in life.
What's he doing? He lives in St. Louis. He has this
He's in St. Louis.
Whole Foods is very, very close to his flat. It's not a long walk. He can buy all the protein bars he needs.
Yeah. He's in St. Louis living. You know, Fabi's living the dreams. He's blessed. I mean, he's got the St. Louis support. He's had a great career for over a decade now. He's got a lovely family and lovely partnerships. So you know, he's how's his situation with the senoritas? Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, it's common knowledge. I mean, he brought his girlfriend to the World Rapid and Blitz. She's absolutely lovely. Yeah, she's absolutely lovely. From St. Louis as well, outside of chess, which is really nice. So he brought her along, and seems like he's doing well in life. Seems like he's happy. So, but I understand the chess is. He's had he's at one of those really difficult moments of an elite player's career, right? Where he's now kind of on that mini slump, and it's really important now not to, you know, really lose the thread, I would say, because suddenly you're 2790, then you're back to 2770. All of a sudden you're out the top 10 because the youngsters are all 2780 suddenly. And, you know, I'm sure there have been many examples over the years of that, right? Of that happening. So he's got to find a way to up the tempo or do something, because somehow the chess it's not clicking, is it really? It hasn't been for a while for Fabi.
Not here. I'm not sure. It's obviously special times we live in, and depending on your attitude towards the pandemic, I believe, or well, first of all, the possibilities, but also some of it is individual choices, like how many tournaments you want to play and so on. I believe it has also affected different players' careers differently. It's very strange times, of course, to have that coincide with maybe a bit of a crisis. I don't know. In the aftermath of this 2018 match, was obviously getting so close to the title, where he had, as we all know, a lot of good chances in the match, and then recover from that, combined with not being able to play so much, has to be tricky. So it's good to hear that. I mean, he's doing well.
I believe he's doing well in general. Yeah, I believe he's doing well, and it's the motivation factor as well, isn't it? Really, a lot of the top players suffer from it, including Magnus himself. I mean, sometimes you just
and obviously you have this candidates thing hanging over everything, which was delayed for a year, and the first half didn't go well for him. He made a run for it in the second half, but didn't qualify in the end. So it's a curious spot, but I still have.
There's some very exciting news being shared in the chat. People are saying, well, not people, one specific person is claiming that Fabi's problem is that he's playing too many video games, which I think is not really...
Probably not true, but Fabi has been prone to liking a bit of Plants and Zombies. Or is that you, Jan? I think you got him onto it, didn't you? Or Rustam did, or something.
Yeah, I got Rustam onto it. I've been a source of many great things in Fabi's life, for sure. I'm not sure how the Plants vs. Zombies addiction has been going. That I've heard of, but I don't think it's been a major distraction for him.
No. But I mean, just for example, in Warsaw, I mean, he took it so I mean, he was literally in bed 10 o'clock every night. And
how do you know?
So well, because when we went for dinner, his girlfriend was there and she was hanging out because she's not a chess player. So she doesn't have to go to bed at 9 or 10 in the. It's like, where's Fabi? I know he's gone to bed to go and rest. I was like, okay. So clearly he's, you know, even it was World Rapid and Blitz, he took it very seriously. He nearly won the, what was it? The Rapid, right? Did he came, was it, he had one that went very badly and the other one went okay. He didn't nearly win it. I think that's probably an exaggeration, but he was doing okay. So yeah, so there you go. It's tough to be a chess player. Peter, what about you? Let's talk about you for a moment while we've got a lull in the action. When are you getting back to over the board chess?
Should I?
I don't know. You tell we're all your fans. Tell the world. What are your plans?
Well, there might be some very prestigious events later in the year that I'm definitely playing. Maybe nothing until then. I think it would be a fun way to spend my year this year, just to not play anything apart from the very prestigious events, which might happen later.
Are you allowed to talk about them? No.
They're very prestigious. That's, I think, all you need to know in order to deduce exactly what they are and how excited I am to be playing in them.
I know about these events, and I can confirm they're extremely prestigious.
I didn't know the I didn't know the St. Petersburg Hearthstone Championships was on this year, but
not it. No.
Close.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. What about you, Jan? Let's talk about your chess career. Let me just Google.
My budding chess career.
Yeah, Jan. Weird. You don't come up. You don't come up. Where are your game? No? Anything? What about the Thailand Open? Is that happening this year?
There is a very good chance. Probably not in April, because currently the situation in Thailand is still very hard to predict. But there's a very good chance that it will happen in October. That's the status quo.
Okay. Great stuff.
It's
if Hamburg
2019 was the last Thailand Open, can you imagine?
That was the last time you played over the board chess, 2019?
No, I played some German Cup games in the meantime.
Okay. Bit of Bundesliga.
Was my last tournament.
Yeah.
Love says, look up Pachycephalosaurus and tell us it's not a picture of prehistoric Lawrence. I did look, and yeah, the story checks out.
You'll have to message me that later, because that word was far too long and Greek for me to...
or potentially Latin.
Or Latin, or whatever it was. I couldn't even hear it to describe some animal. Okay, what about this game? So we've got one game left, is that right? Is that what's going on? Where are the games at? 2 games left.
Actually Greek, I apologize.
You're welcome. Felt Greek.
So how about your chess plans, Lawrence?
Sorry?
How about your chess career? Well,
I don't have one. That's the difference.
Chat very much wanted to know if you're still...
Are you still looking for funding?
I might be. The way the markets is... no, let's not talk about that. But yes, the GM Quest might be back on this year. It all depends on...
how the markets
Corona and all, and everything else. But yeah, I mean, it's still there. But for the moment, just taking it day by day. No exact plans at the moment.
Beautiful.
Jordan is in trouble here. No, it looks rubbish for black.
Well, he has fewer pawns, which is normally...
He has fewer pawns as well, yeah.
Normally an indication that you're not doing so hot.
Yeah, a5. What do you do against a5? Sorry? Nothing, right?
I don't think he has a good reply, but I don't think he could have set up any better. I think a5 just wins eventually, and maybe playing rook h8 makes it win faster, but hard to criticize. I don't think he had any good choices.
So what's the winning formula there? A5, BA, rook A5, put the rook on A6, knight on A5.
Let's go rook A5, rook A6, knight A5, knight, yeah, like... Without the rook on A8, I think we might even be kind of winning. Well, I guess he wants to take and go knight C8 and establish a blockade that way. I think that's his plan.
But knight C8...
I think you somewhat weirdly, maybe you can make an argument for actually taking with the knight here to just make sure that the rooks come off, because probably Jordan would have played rook A8 and then we go knight B3. Yeah, knight A5 pretty much forces rook A8, I think, and we go knight B3 and we make sure the knights come off. And I think in this position we win quite comfortably, but not doing it, hard to criticize once again. Like rook A5, knight C8, and we can go rook A6, knight B6.
Can you play knight F5 here? G6, knight G7, or am I getting too cute in my own?
No, I think that's pretty good actually, yeah. But it does leave the pawn on C4 somewhat unprotected. I quite like getting the knight over to C6 and then kind of re-evaluating.
Yeah, but if you had the rook on A6, then it would work because you have knight A5 at all times, right? So is there a way to...
I'm actually kind of worried about this game now.
What do you mean?
Well, we've been like the kind of a storyline for today's show was two very, or maybe not very, but somewhat sick people braving the elements to bring you this exciting coverage. Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't mind if that exciting coverage was somewhat shorter today than it normally is. But this game definitely gives me the vibe that, it might go on for another 45 moves while Sergei looks for a way to break things open. And
it's all right, don't worry.
We can just give Lawrence the keys.
That's it. I'll take over. You guys go and do what you've got to do. See the dogs, see the kids. And I'll steady the ship to the rocks right near the port. And make sure to dodge them. Swizzle.
That is it's a very detailed, a metaphor, or I don't know exactly what it was, but it was very...
You were referring to that Italian ship captain who crashed the ship and then left it before any women, children, other passengers, anybody could leave the ship. He was first off, no?
Yeah, that was a spectacular story somehow. Everything about it was just top notch.
Is that the cruise ship story you're talking about? No.
What's his name? The Italian guy, Schettino.
Yeah.
Was it the cruise ship?
Was a decent ship, yeah.
Yeah, like recently. It was like 5 years ago or something like that.
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah. I think.
But he was distracted by having some ladies of the evening helping him stir the ship, right? That was a good story.
Ladies of the evening, of the early morning, of the afternoon. I don't know what they were, but yeah, that I vaguely remember.
10 years ago.
Wow, that long! Holy cow! Yeah, he got put in prison for that, didn't he?
He's out.
He's out already.
He carried himself well.
Right. Wow. He won't be doing ships anymore. That's for sure. We won't invite him on the show.
Nah.
Yeah, this game
Does Fabi have any fighting chance here?
Yeah, Fabi. Let's have a look at Fabi.
I think the simplest is just to play Queen F6. And
speaking of Italian shipwrecks,
the move here that came to mind was just to go Queen H7, Queen E4 check. But maybe that's just...
Yeah. Just get the queens off, and and then the conversion has to be very, very straightforward. Anish obviously very interested in not giving Fabi a sniff here, so he has been thinking for quite a while. But it looks to me like maybe the first 10 moves here absolutely winning.
What about the challenges? Did my boy Eric Yassi continue the bloodbath? Because I've got him pinned as the next, he's up there in my notebook X Factor list. I mean, he's got the special sauce. You won? Yeah.
Notebook X Factor.
Well, I spoke about this guy with Magnus at the World Rapid, and Magnus thinks he's got the special sauce as well. Magnus is a big Eric Gassi fan, huge. Thinks he's really got something special. So it's really interesting because he's lagging, isn't he, elo-wise, quite behind yet. I have him putting on 100 points in the next year. That's the
seems quite probable, honestly, on current form, because he's been absolutely slaying in this tournament. He's on 5 out of 5 streak right now. Drew game 1, and it has just been absolutely destroying.
How does he do it? He's just
beat
so
his
strong.
countryman today. He does it in a variety of styles as well. He does appear to be like a very sharp player, I think, by nature, but very solid opening prep. I think he probably out-prepared Surya today. There was also this very spectacular game, which I think you referenced on Twitter as well. I think game 2 against Lucas, maybe? The really strange Catalan, in which White had like 3 pieces for the queen and the pawn on a7, and were, despite that, completely lost by move 15.
It was Max.
Oh, it was, but that was
Max Farmadam, yeah.
That was prep, wasn't it? Basically,
pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
But even still, it was gorgeous, wasn't it? Yeah.
Mm.
Talking of Lucas,
Lucas
very
is
interesting
winning.
young man. Yeah, very interesting.
This is winning
guy.
today.
Good player. So he's beating Paulina, she's doing okay, if I remember correctly. She's doing less okay now, but she was doing okay. What do you think of? I know absolutely nothing about her, Peter. You know a lot more. What's her potential like?
I think she's a very promising player. I think she's been improving quite a bit. She's had very decent results, and I've given this speech before. I don't actually know her all that well, but to the extent that I've been following, like the super finals and the performance of the national team, she seems to be a very exciting new prospect. And in this tournament, I mean, it's a tough tournament, but I think she's won a couple of games already and seems to be handling herself really well. Clearly a very strong player.
Finally, some praise. Usually when these questions are asked on chess broadcast, always, nah, talentless hack, hopeless, very unpleasant person. But finally, some nice words. And I don't mean about Shuvalova, obviously, but just, with all this negativity about people's prospects, it's good to hear. Boom. Let's do it. Lawrence,
I'll be back.
Any other up-and-coming talents that you debated during your catch-ups with Magnus?
Yeah, we spoke about Fedoseev.
Mm-hmm. Isn't he getting a bit old?
No, not as an up-and-coming talent, just as a guy whose moves he could never, ever predict. I remember that.
Right.
Fedoseev has a style that's just, for me, completely... I remember commentating. I just couldn't guess a single move that this guy played. I've just got no idea what move. And Magnus was saying, I have just zero idea what this guy's going to play next, but somehow his moves seem to work out, and he's very strong when he wants to be.
Yeah. Do you think...
Yeah.
We should have Peter here for this, but if we believe there is such a thing as the conquest for the chess crown in Russia, that they still believe in this generation of Fedoseev, Artemiev, Dubov, or that they've moved on to younger guys like, Yesipenko most prominently, when it comes to whom to support. And I'm not sure if there is such a thing, but it's fun.
I don't really know, firstly, if there's a thing Peter will be able to confirm. Secondly, obviously, Nepomniachtchi is still kind of, you can't just write him off after one World Championship match. They have got a pool of talent, obviously younger talent as well. Tough one to say. Can't really. There's no. I would say there's no obvious candidate in Russia at the moment. I think there are some obvious candidates elsewhere. If you look at India, for example, I mean, they've got 3 guys now who are just steamrolling, and they're all under 18 or 18 or thereabouts.
What's your talent rankings of Indian prospects? Erigaisi, Gukesh, Nihal, Pragnananda, others, like who
For
are your favorites?
For me, Erigaisi has got something just incredibly special. I can't put my finger on it, but I see him play chess and I'm blown away. Pragnananda is, I spoke with Kramnik and he just said Prag's got it. Whatever it is, he has got it to be it, and he's going to have a few things go his way. But
So just so we don't get confused, Erigaisi you discussed with Magnus, but Pragnananda you discussed with Kramnik, right?
Yeah, but I discussed with Pragnananda with Kramnik about 2.5, 3 years ago.
Sure.
And he's come on leaps and bounds since. Gukesh is phenomenally talented, but I have to say I'm less I don't know about, there's something I don't know, but I mean, he's going to be incredibly strong, already is, but I don't know. And who was the other guy you said?
Nihal, my boy.
Nihal's really strong as well. I mean, who knows? A lot of it is going to come down to desire and want and work ethic, because I think they're just all so phenomenally talented. But I guess one of them is going to start accelerating a bit quicker, so it'll be really interesting to see of them, because they're all around the same rating now, aren't they? Pretty much.
Yeah, even though ratings in pandemic times and so on, and there are such different numbers of games people play, but yeah, I think they're all in this 2.6 till 2.670 neighborhood roughly. Yeah, we'll see who makes the next jump.
Yeah, what a time for Indian chess though, huh? I mean, how exciting to get potentially another Viswanand on the map, or multiple superstars. And they've still got some of the old guard who, I mean, look at Vidit. I mean, let's not rule out my boy Vidit. I mean, huge fan of Vidit. Love the guy. Top guy. Great chess player. He can still do it. He's still young enough. What a time. What about Germany? Now, there is a German participant in this tournament, isn't it? In the
Robin Vogel is playing in the Challengers group.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how he's doing, but it's great that he's there. I don't know. I guess the hopes when it comes to superstardom are mainly centered around Vincent Keimer, who now got his Abitur, as we call it, his high school graduation, and can focus on playing a bit of chess. I think he's around 2.660, also still young. So let's see how far he can go.
I agree. I believe Rasmus Fana is going to be a 2.650 to 2.700 grandmaster for 2 decades.
Well, since he already is 2.650, that's not very high ceiling. But I agree. I think he's very strong. I've said this for many a year. Still expecting jumps from Rasmus. Also, very nice guy. I think he's in Wijk as the trainer, or he's a second to somebody, no? Who's Rasmus seconding?
No idea.
Someone in the A group.
Oh, really? He's there now, is he?
Yeah, he's there with someone. Niels, probably?
Oh, probably Niels. Yeah, because of the Danish connection.
Danish, Swedish, it's...
No, Niels used to live in Copenhagen.
Still does. Rasmus lives in Lübeck, though. But
yeah, it's not far.
That's true.
What is it? A couple of hours in the car, tops?
It's like 40 minutes from where I live.
What is Lübeck?
Lübeck.
Is it?
Yeah, it's around the corner.
Are you still in the same place?
Still in the same place.
Rahlstedt.
Please give my address on air as well.
45. Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, still here.
Still in the suburb, living the suburbs life.
Living a suburban lifestyle.
Love it.
It's beautiful. We talk about and the neighbors, how they cut the hedge, debate what fences could use some extra color. It's a good life.
Do you argue with the neighbors about fence intrusion? Like
fence
territory?
Intrusion?
Like territory of the backyard?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like these trees growing all onto my territory. We're not having any of it. Very passive aggressive.
Jans,
Cut them off. Anything
your
that's
branch.
on my property is getting cut off and being thrown to the other guard. Gotta take a stand.
You do. You really do. Meanwhile, Sergei's played King H3, love it. You switched the game. King H3, Rook H8, and now the idea is King to G4, as Cassine would say. And to then enter with the King. You could actually rip it all the way to F7 if you want. E6, F7, put the knight on F5. Enjoy yourself. What a time to be alive and play this position. Oh, yeah. That is a fun position to play for White. Hard to lose that position, actually.
Hard to not win, probably. Yeah, it's just too many issues. There's this passer that keeps the black knights occupied, and this king can just try to become a bounty hunter over here.
Okay, what about the Fabi game? Has he got any shot there, or is it just...
Shall we talk about this some more, by the way? He went rook b6 and missed. The rook can be taken.
That's pretty shocking.
Happen.
That is shocking. That is a real blind spot. Yeah, this is just fini, no? Queen takes c3, rook e2. And now I guess you play the professional move queen e5, right?
Keep everything
no,
nice
now
and tight.
No. Now queen e4 check. That's the point.
Even better here.
And then d4, come round, collect. Now you can go d. You can do anything. You can go. I would just go d4 here. Yeah, rook e7 or c5. It doesn't really matter. Rook e8.
Yeah, it's hopeless, ain't it?
Hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. You like a few pawns, 2 pawns. Yeah, it's just totally gone. What an extraordinary blunder. Hard luck. But when you're not firing, these things do happen. When you're not firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and for Anish, it might have been the break he needed, because it's also been a rough tournament for him, sitting there on -1, not getting going. Fabi clearly tried to make something happen today, playing knight f3, b3, going for sharp, slow play. Almost worked at some point. He was much better according to the machines, but then, yeah. This rook b6 is really clear indicator of fatigue, poor form. Also, Fabi, he's a social guy, isn't he? And this Wijk and Zee, it's dark, it's cold, there's no restaurants being open. It might not be his cup of tea.
Well, he's done the Wijk and Zee thing many times before.
Sure, but this time is different. There's no restaurants to hang out.
All the restaurants are closed,
a little after the game.
Are they all closed? Are they really?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Wow, that's depressing. If things start going wrong in Wijk and you can't even go for your Swiss, what's the Swiss restaurant they're called in the
Klein Switzerland?
Yeah, Klein Switzerland. If you can't even go for Klein Switzerland for a schnitzel,
some beef stroganoff in Klein Switzerland.
It's nice there. They do a nice fondue, if I remember correctly, cheese fondue.
You're a man that appreciates cheese fondue.
Yeah,
I'm not such a fan, actually, to be fair.
What about chocolate fondue?
Chocolate fondue I can get behind, but cheese fondue is a little bit too sickly for me, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a big thing in German culture. Someone gets this fondue device, and people unite to do their cheesy thing. But it's more the social aspect than enjoying the melted cheese, I believe.
Cheese on toast I can get, but now cheese on toast, or a Welsh rarebit, as it's common. Cheese on toast with Worcestershire sauce, lovely little sprinkling under the grill. Bob's your uncle. Love it. That is a proper meal, that is.
Chess is very pro cheese fondue. All right, let's sum up events so far. The world champion, Magnus Carlsen, winning a clean game against Richard Rapport with the help of his A-pawn turned B-pawn. Magnus Carlsen now on +2. probably joining the leaders, still losing rating, but a much-needed win for the world champion. Judit was neutralized by some excellent Duda homework. It was a draw. Ahmediyarov decided to offer a draw in a position he probably wasn't very happy with. Dubov had chances, but in the end, Yasipenko held his unpleasant position as well. Here it's a perpetual check. Schenkel and Praggnanandar was a theoretical battle where maybe has yet to be verified, probably in Lawrence's notes. White could have tried bishop d2 here. Didn't happen, and after that, it ended peacefully quickly. That leaves us with Caruana versus Giri and Kayakin versus Van Foreest. Both Dutch players still in action. Giri winning and Van Foreest losing. Seems like the most likely.
Yeah.
Mr. Svidler, how are you feeling?
Are you both sick? Is that what I've understood? That you're both okay?
We're both sick.
Yeah.
What's wrong? So you're just coldy and coffee, or?
Yeah, seasonal BS, I think.
Yeah.
It's cold here. Oof! I went out today to get a cup of coffee and a Schnell test, which is always nice. And I also got a Berliner, which isn't quite what it sounds like. Those are donuts, basically, for all of you didn't, not some random from Berlin. And it is freezing cold here today. It is chilly. Oof.
I think this is the part of the conversation where I just start to giggle uncontrollably at the idea that whatever it is that is happening in Berlin right now can be described by the word chilly or freezing or, you know.
It is, honestly, I can't remember it being this cold for a long, long time. So stay safe out there.
We're
So
talking
don't catch a cold.
right?
Sorry?
Talking minus 2 Celsius or something. Yeah.
It's like -2 or -4. You felt, oof.
Dear God.
Yeah, I really did. I said, my goodness. I also, side topic here, I don't know if it happens, but I'm noticing talking to myself a lot more recently. In the street, at home, doesn't really matter. I'll just be having a conversation with myself.
Out loud.
Going mental.
Yeah. Yes. Out loud.
Ah.
Is that's not good, right? That's bad.
That probably isn't great, no.
Yeah. I noticed it today. And I thought, why am I doing that? There are like people around that I don't know, and so times is rough.
Yes.
Knight b6. All right. Knight f8, knight e6 check. Does it do anything? Probably does.
It gives a check, but apart from that, I don't know.
No, because then king b7. So let's say king b7.
We can go knight a5 and take the pawn on g7. I think it has to be king d7.
King d7. Okay.
Because this is now 2 down and it's all kind of going downhill. But
okay.
King d7 maybe. I was looking for something that was an absolutely immediate forced win and not succeeding. But maybe we can go like knight a7 here and force a resignation this way. I was looking at ideas of trading one of the knights even in the current, just knight c8 and rook a7 check, I think ends the game here, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can take on g7, return to g6, or maybe go to f5 or whatever. Yeah, just has to be lost for black, I assume. Might not be the cleanest solution though, and there might be something even more forcing in the current position. I was looking at knight g6, e7 right now, but I couldn't quite work out how to refute knight takes c4, which is annoying me. Because it looks like we should be giving some sort of mate here, but I don't think we are. And if we're not, then there's really no point in giving away any of our hard-earned advantages.
Yeah, no, I think there's probably a way here, as you say, Peter, and you just get there eventually through process of elimination.
Mm.
You don't have to be a genius. You just make it happen. Do you guys cover the challenges games at all, or
not in great detail? We sometimes go there, have a little peek, but no.
There are 2 games ongoing. One is particularly interesting, actually. It's the game between Merzin and Win.
But I thought White was just winning, no? Pun not entirely intended. Maybe not. Maybe the rook can get to the 8th file quickly enough. Yeah, you can go like h5, a6, rook e2 or something, yeah? And
yeah, when I was looking at this didn't feel intuitively just immediately resignations here. It felt like...
Why don't I take?
Then after c6, I think you're not in time maybe to get back. And one of them might actually queen. Even here, rook e2 is still playable. Yeah, maybe I'm just wrong.
Oh yeah, yeah. This position is incredibly.
Yeah, this is very messy.
Messy.
And it's still that really weird. Yeah, it's from that bishop c5 line, which we discussed the theory of, but not really the practice. And at some point,
yeah.
Well, I mean, White used to have a knight in this position, and White gave up the knight to win all of the queen side, but Black also made some progress. Yeah, somewhere here.
Amazing.
He just gave up the knight on g3 to win both the c7 and the a6 pawn, and it became very sharp.
Now, Merzin's an interesting quantity because I remember I first saw him about 3 or 4 years ago in Gibraltar. A tiny guy. I mean, he must have been very young. Anyways, 4 years ago, and I thought he can move the pieces though, and he was like, I seriously felt his power. What are the Russian suits saying about Merzin's chances? Because he's getting a lot of invites. He's got an invite to the Julius Baer online tournaments. He's got an invite here, so clearly he's got something, but. What are the Russian experts saying about him?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not really very well connected to the establishment right now, definitely, but I've never really been all that well connected to, let's say, that particular, like the coaching and the grassroots scene in Russia. But he clearly is one of the more promising up and coming talents. I've also I think the first time I've seen him, he was maybe 11 or 12. He did seem very on the small side and clearly very motivated. He's been working, I think, with Mikhail Kabaliev for quite some time now. He's made reasonably big strides, but
yeah,
obviously, like in his age group, there are some people who are sort of further along, towards the path to superstardom, but clearly a very gifted kid. Hard to say what will come out of him, though. What will come
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Fascinating.
It is actually.
Yakin, going for it.
Yakin?
Yeah.
Oh, you went for the knight a7.
Yeah, I think knight c4, rook c8 is the only way not to resign straight away. Nothing else seems to even...
So where did he go? Knight c4, knight c8, rook c8, rook a... Was that so clear? Because the c-pawn runs, doesn't it? I mean, I get
it. Maybe instead of rook a7 check, b6 wins on the spot, now that I think about it. That's probably cleaner. Just go with the same line, but instead of rook a7 check, play b5, b6 first.
That's the one.
Even here, rook b8 and king a8, yeah, and somehow you don't resign, yeah, weirdly. I would resign, obviously, but it's not my position.
What about going rook c6 off the bat, knight c4, rook c6? Can you play that?
The Liquidator is saying Murzin was born in 2006. The only player who is that or younger who is higher rated is Gukesh. Yeah, that's also I've sort of undersold his standing in the junior scene a little bit, I guess.
Rook c6 here locks the. Sorry to interrupt.
Rook c6 should be very strong. Yeah, we like that move. Not that we don't like all the other moves, but Rook 6 is the cleanest one. Yep. Nice.
I can hear the drilling now. Is that the lamps?
No, that was just me starting the engine to confirm your Rook c6. No drilling being done.
Oh, okay. I can hear something. Oh, okay. It's gone now.
Maybe you are going nuts, talking to yourself. You hear stuff. Shall we worry? Shall I come over to Berlin Mitte?
You're more than welcome. It's the FIDE Grand Prix happening in a few weeks.
Oh yeah, I heard.
To take a trip up here, either of you.
Are you doing commentary on that, or?
I'm not. I mean, I did speak to them. They haven't said anything, so I guess not. But I'll be around, and I believe where it's taking place is actually walking distance from my house. So
fantastic.
Would have been useful, but you know, hey ho.
We're coming. You have a nice couch?
I do. I'll tell you what I'll do is that legal? I can. Oh no, I can't because of the background. You can't really.
Yeah, the ghost couch is.
See what I'll do. I'll send you I'll send you a WhatsApp, Jan. That's the place where you've not replied, and
yeah, that's the place where the ghost couch goes to die.
You can put my couch on screen as a. I
don't have these powers, but you can describe it for us. Is it L-shaped?
It's a 6-seater L-shaped couch, grey, IKEA.
Sorry.
IKEA. Can't remember the model name. Best purchase I ever made.
Fantastic.
So we've got a couch, I've got a coffee machine, I've got a fridge, you know, that kind of stuff. And
living the life.
You come over, I'll happily make you coffee and a piece of cake if you like that. You can watch TV, sports mad, basketball, NFL, soccer, golf, the lot. We can get all the screens on, live it up.
In the meantime, Jordan just resigned here, so...
Who Jordan?
Yeah.
My fears appear to be unjustified. This will not be a 7-hour game.
Nice game by Kayakin. Just, steady. And made probably some very good decisions where we weren't sure about. Like this move pawn to d5. But probably his judgment was correct.
Mm-hmm.
a4, which, looked innocuous the way the game turned out.
But that's sort of hindsight corner.
For sure.
Hindsight corner.
Captain Hindsight is what they used to call me.
Yeah. And Anish also completely winning King G4 now. Pretty much concludes the game. Queen f7, Rook e4.
And Anish. Like Anish very much. Managed to spend some time with him recently. Really like the guy, have to say. Big fan. Big fan. Funny guy. Good
Funny how? The way he talks?
No. Just
like a clown?
Like a clown? What does he? Do I amuse you? I wonder how many people get that reference.
People do watch movies.
Do they? Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Did you discuss any young talents with Anish?
I don't know what prompted this particular outbreak of corpsing, but enjoying it greatly.
No, we didn't talk about that. No. I don't know, what did I talk about? I had dinner with him. We spoke about the kid, you know, his wife and kids. That's the age we're at now. That's solid 29, or whatever he is. 20. He's not even 29, is he? He's like 26 or something.
Anish has been married for years. He has 2 kids.
I know.
Well, you are, I assume, still a bachelor, living the life. What's your status?
I'm not quite a bachelor. Look, let's put it this way.
Do you live alone?
I live alone.
Okay.
I live alone, but I am.
Yeah, I am biting my tongue here, very, very.
No, I don't. You know, I'm not going to discuss my private life on air, but I am living. My romantic life is not the interest of anybody. Certainly not in this chat, and certainly not on this commentary team. That I can say. But I will say that.
Liar.
I am. I'm starting boxing again. I can tell you that, which is great. That's a great.
The outfit is very much
very smooth segue.
On point, yeah.
I am.
There's, you know, I've had a very interesting experience on WhatsApp related to like at some point my life became infinitely more interesting because I was part of some WhatsApp conversations which taught me many things about life, and Lawrence was very much a pivotal like a focal.
I'm glad I've been there. I am, and likewise, my friend. Likewise, I would say the same with Jan, but we have what's considered more of a one-way conversation.
That's as we've established, that's the kind of a conversation you like these days. Like it's
that's true.
That's what you feel the most comfortable with.
It's an unrequited WhatsApp love. That's what it is. If Shakespeare was here today, he would write all about it.
Yeah, but you know, I'm always happy to hear from you, obviously on WhatsApp. But sometimes I just miss the right moment. Like I write up a lengthy reply. Then I wonder, did I phrase this correctly? Will he take this the wrong way? And then I just don't dare sending it. Then I feel I missed the moment. It's too late, and I don't answer at all. That's
I know you've got a million things, but yeah, it's cool. We're all good. Actually, Magnus has ghosted me probably just as long. Just to think about it, he's been a bit absent, which is nice. So what? This is the only game we got, and then we got
It's not a game anymore. It just
so we're donezo.
Unless we want to fully invest in that 2 against 1 on one side in the Darda versus. That's actually kind of a downer that that extremely exciting new opening idea Darda had shown today is now this 2 against 1 on one flank, which really doesn't lend itself too well to us covering it properly. I want to, let's run this by Lawrence and see his reaction to that opening idea.
Let's have a look. Oh, I'm curious. Now I'm excited. Let's have a look. Yeah, this one I'm not overly okay.
Listen to your notes. Bishop G5.
Yep, seen it before. Yep. Yeah. Line numero uno. Suggested by which of the engines was it? I can't remember which one. Darth Vader or Princess Leila or one of them engines. Yeah, you misplaced the knight on d7 and sacrifice a tempo in order to claim that the knight is poorly placed on the square it's always placed on.
So it has your stamp of approval.
Well, it's just, and now you're threatening g4. It reminds me of that line with let's see if I can try and remember it. It's a Sicilian line. Oh goodness, it's going to be hard. I'm not going to be able to remember this one, but it's something similar where you sacrifice a tempo very early, but I can't even remember it. Do you know what I'm thinking of? Yeah. No.
Yeah, no, we're not really.
But so has it been played before? I'm curious.
Let's check. Everything and their dog has been played before, obviously. So maybe even this database.
Let's have a look. But
Four games, none particularly high rated, and
right. Just out of interest in that, yeah. Okay. I mean, you can get away with anything, right?
Exactly.
And he's got a good position now as well. He's got an ending he's going to grind for.
No, he was, I think, at some point probably close to winning. He played a very exciting game. He was like completely winning at like around the 25 move mark. And then it
kind of like it, actually.
Yeah. Trading d6 by c2 was probably not the best way, and eventually Black was able to simplify into what we're watching right now, which is not very exciting and is also probably going to be a draw. So a bit of a downer considering how exciting the opening was.
I'm just thinking about that opening, and it's kind of dig it. I have to say, because Black can't play knight b8 because then he's really a tempo behind in an English attack, essentially.
Yeah, no, knight b8 is probably not the most important move in that position, yeah. And
yeah,
typical move repetition.
Yeah. People should start making these types of draws just to really
show,
drive the point home.
They do not care. They literally don't care. All right.
I love it.
So,
all right.
We have to do the Dutch segment.
Yes.
What's the Dutch segment?
For the Dutch viewers, since there's no Dutch stream, I have to explain in Dutch what happened every day to the Dutch participants.
Please do.
Vandaag, Anish Giri. Een heel leuke partij tegen Fabiano Caruana. Anish Giri met zwart. En Fabi speelt een beetje niet zo serieus. Paard F3, D5 en B3 zegt lekker schaken en ik kan winnen. Maar Anish met zwart heeft die toren gepakt van Fabi. Even kijken. Toren B6. Paard pakt B6. En Anish wint. Heel goede win van Anish Giri. Jordan van Foreest. Met zwart tegen Fabian Caruana. Jordan lekker Gioco Pianissimo gespeeld. Maar op deze positie, loper B8. Kan dat, Jordan? Loper B6. Moet je doen. Maar loper B8, ik weet het echt niet. Beetje passief, volgens mij. En die Kajakin, die gast heeft een goede partij gespeeld. C4, lopen E3. En nu D5. Beetje rare zet. Maar heel goed. En Kajakin wint heel langzaam. Maar Jordan kan minder niets doen. Jordan moet nu een beetje eten. Met Sipke Ernst. Lekker pizza. En pluggen. Maar vandaag heel slechte partij van Jordan van Foreest. Dankjewel.
That was splendid. That deserves a round of applause. I mean, I don't know if you were bluffing half of that Dutch, but
I try. I make up like half the words, but usually if you choose a German word with a weird accent, you can get by.
I have to say this because it's the coincidence. I've just finished watching Undercover on Netflix. Great series.
That's what is it, Serbian?
No, the Dutch one about the...
Bulgarian is the original.
Oh, I don't know what the original
Yeah, I think it's based on a Bulgarian show, but the Dutch one is good too.
It's not, well, it's Dutch Flemish. There are two separate accents in there, and highly recommended. Very, very, very cool series. All 3 seasons. Go for it. But that was really excellent, Jan. Well done.
Yeah, it has been the high point of the day for...
Now let's get the Russian version. Off we go.
Yeah, I don't think people want that necessarily.
Is there a Russian stream of this? No, I guess there's not. Right? There is? Okay.
Somewhere out there, I'm sure there is somebody
Somewhere
streaming.
out there, right.
Shipov covering it? Who was he rooting for?
Probably, yeah.
Yosipenko?
What happened? All right, we'll discuss that another day because that scandal is...
It's not really a scandal.
Okay.
Yeah,
No scandal.
We've sort of covered it. It's way oversold, and yeah, Shipov making Shipov statements is something that Shipov's been doing for a while. So
fair enough. I want to say it's been a pleasure to be back with the gang. Thanks for having me on. It's been fun actually, and I hope you have a lot of success for the remaining rounds. A lot of good health. I hope you both recover, and I hope you both.
Can you sound any more funereal?
I feel terminally ill now.
Yeah, you do sound like you're saying your last goodbyes to both of us somehow. Which,
well,
not that I'm not enjoying this, because I have a feeling I will not be able to hear the actual soliloquy when the thing happens. But
yeah,
it feels a bit premature, no?
Hopefully not. Let's say it's a little bit premature. We've got a few more broadcasts to do together.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lawrence, for stopping by.
You're welcome.
Obviously, we'd be delighted to have you stop by again. Please don't send me any WhatsApp messages, but I might just ring on your door one of these days. Now that I know there's a couch, fridge, coffee.
But if you are honestly, if either of you are honestly planning to be in Berlin for the Grand Prix, are either of you actually planning on being on Berlin or not?
Not yet, but as I said, these plans just changed.
I mean,
there's new information.
It's a crazy world out there. You might be able to go from Hamburg to Berlin for one of the biggest chess tournaments.
It's next door.
It is
like 90 minutes by train. Anyway, I should tell people that, of course, we'll be back with more chess tomorrow, 2 p.m. There will be yet another round because it's Wijk tournament. It's long. We're sort of halfway at this point.
I think it's about to finish, so we should actually bring up the rook ending, because the way it finished here is I know we've already.
That's when I thought I was out.
Yeah,
they draws me back in.
Yes, and the draws is the operative word here, because apparently this is now a draw with rook. You basically go rook c1, rook c8, rook a1, and black is not in time with their queening of the whatever pawn. So yeah, after all the excitement, it ends in this very, very unusual position where both sides appear to be.
Why can't I play h2? What's wrong?
c8 and then a8, and white is fine somehow.
Are you just claiming that rook g8 checks are going to be...
Yeah. There's some sort of rook g8 check somewhere, and that's enough. It's a really unusual final position for a game, which I assume is going to be the final position, because black can't really improve. Very exciting game, which we will not be covering in any kind of detail, because there's no way to understand what's happening in it. Just wanted to show the final position to you guys.
Very nice.
Much appreciated. Any thoughts on Darda against Jonas Bjarre?
This will go on for a while, but without us, is my thought.
All right, then, yeah. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much, Lawrence. Hope you'll be able to stop by again. The Champions Chess Tour is coming back next month. You might want to check that out. Here we are, February 19. Every move matters, and will be fun. It's faster, more action-paced. Action-paced? That's not English. Anish Giri might stop by. No, faster-paced, faster-packed, action-paced. Magnus Carlsen, look at him. He enjoys chess, even wearing headphones. So there's that. Check out chess24.com. Check out everybody's Chessable courses. Peter has a great new course out, part 2 of his Grunfeld course, giving you a complete repertoire against 1d4. I have a fantastic e4, e5 course. And if you say, I don't really want to learn 2 openings, one against e4, one against d4, mainstream good openings. Why not get Lawrence Trent scores, b6 against everything? Boom, one size fits all solution. What's not to like?
I wonder if Lawrence is aware of the hashtag battle that at some point went on to do with.
I am aware between me and Adiban about, is that the one we're talking about?
Yeah.
No, I'm aware. Yeah. So 1b6 against everything. It's really good. Go and get it. And I have got one in the works. I can't reveal the title just yet. It is in the works, hopefully to be released by Easter-ish time.
Even the title is a industry secret.
Even I had to consult with a few people who wanted the notes.
Oh, the notes, the fabled note. I thought you basically had to consult the legal, because the title was somewhat akin to the messages you were sending Jan, or.
No. My messages I sent to Jan are purely explicit by nature and have got nothing to do with Chessable courses.
That's regrettable.
That's very true. All right, you guys reminisce or banter or whatever. I'm out of here. Have a good night. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Bye.
Night, everyone.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.